I'm Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling as we get set to kick off this card here at Belmont at the Big A in wet conditions again today on this Saturday afternoon.
But fortunately, we planned ahead, and we did not draw any turf race today, so we have minimal scratches and full fields throughout the day, some interesting racing coming up. But it's a Saturday, and that means sloppy and no turf race.
It's amazing how it's hit us just about every single Saturday, but again, it provides sometimes opportunities with these races when they're wet, getting misbet. We'll see what happens. Our action today presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you the entire card from Belmont at the Big A, and we're going to be switching back and forth between networks. Our FS2 coverage goes until 2. Then we'll be over on FS1 2 to 3:30. And then back on FS2, 3:30 to 5:30. Far Hills, the entire card coming up as well. They have a yielding turf condition, but sounds like the sun has come out. Let's head there now and check in with our live coverage. And Acacia Clement and Company. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg. Very happy to be here at Far Hills once again. We got a chance to be here last year on what was a beautiful sunny day, and it looks like we're actually heading in that direction today, which is great news. National anthem just sung as we're getting ready to kick off a wonderful day of racing that does include the Grade 1 Grand National. Some rain this morning, so we'll have some softer conditions, but really happy to have some nicer weather now. And don't worry, I will have some help, which we need to talk about today's races. Joe Clancy from This Is Horse Racing and Liza Hendricks, our steeplechase experts. And Joe, we talk about the excitement of this day, but why is this such an important day to the National Steeplechase Association?
It's not just that party we saw earlier. They're having a good time, but no, the importance is it's the closest thing steeplechasing has to a Breeders' Cup day. You'll see races for all divisions. There's a Grade 1, obviously, but we get started with a 3-year-old race, then a 4-year-old race, filly and mare race, a race for the novices. It's really the championship day of steeplechasing based on the prize money, the history, the types of races offered, and yeah, it turns into a party for them, but it's a very important day sport-wise for the participants in the game. And the Grand Nationals, the highlight of the race, started in 1899. Liza's got a little bit of background behind that race, which is, we compared it the other day to the Whitney or the Woodward, that type of race for older horses, that much history behind it.
It's a great race, and it is actually the last race of the 5 Grade 1s that we have here in the U.S. with the most amount of purse money in a single race. So that purse is $250,000, which attracts a lot of European invaders because of that large purse. And this year, in this edition, we have 2 Irish invaders in Seddon, who won at Cheltenham in the festival, and we also have Salvador Ziggy, who Gordon Elliott brought over and thinks very highly of him. But the turf is a little soft, so can be a factor this year.
Potentially could help out those Irish runners, as last year, of course, we saw a European invader in Hewick win the Grand National. Greg, he will not make the trip over here this year, instead pointing to the Cheltenham Gold Cup in March. But don't worry, we still have a strong European contingent, and we can't wait to see who wins the Grand National coming up a little bit later, and all of the exciting action from Far Hills.
All right, thanks you three. Yeah, Hewitt was dominant last year, won by more than 11 lengths. We have also a cross-country Pick 5 that begins with Far Hills. That'll be race 5, the Appleton, and includes races from here in New York at Aqueduct as well. Belmont at the Big A will kick off their first race with a New York-bred $30,000 maiden claiming 1 mile, and we have a huge 1-2 favorite. That's not the horse you're looking at. It's the 5, who's 3-5, Andy. New Gelding, who is dropping in for a tag for the first time.
And listen, I have no problem with somebody who does not trust a horse that was sold for $55,000 this sale over the summer, took over 3 months to get back to the races, and is now running for $30,000. A New York bred has never run against New York breds. You almost ask yourself, ran a 70 buyer in his debut at Churchill Downs. They chose to ship, as Dale Romans does, down to Florida with him, but they could have gone the same distance and come to New York, where he probably wouldn't be a maiden anymore. His form fell apart. He was sold. He's been gelded. He's found the right field. If he can run at all anymore, he's going to win this race. I wish I could have found a viable alternative to him, Greg, but I'm not going to try to beat him.
Looks like he's moving okay right now for the comeback. He hasn't raced since late June. That was at Ellis, and then a deep, deep dive down in class. The drop for Kentucky Joker. You can play all the action today, including a Pick 5 that begins right here by getting signed up with Now or Bet. Get a $25 free bet plus that $200 deposit sign-up bonus for new customers with that code right there. So punch that in to take advantage of those offers. Cup 25 right there at NowOrBets.com. Bet today, bet through the Breeders' Cup and beyond. with Nara Betts. So sloppy going, no turf racing today as we get set to kick off this Saturday card. And we'll have a maiden special weight race coming up in the next, which looks like there's a few intriguing runners in that race, including... Go ahead.
No, I wanted to mention the 5, who was made 7-2 theoretically in the morning line.
In race 2, that's value area.
Yeah, that horse was supposed to be the 7-5 morning line favorite in that race. So that's a mistaken morning line and figures to be the heavy favorite.
All right, so that will be coming up next, and that will kick off the early pick 4. We start our card with all eyes on this one here. That 5 horse who just left our screen, Kentucky Joker, 2-5 favorite actually right now. Manny Franco, 2-win day yesterday. He is caught and tied the man who's been the meet leading rider all the way to this point, Arad Ortiz Jr. They both come into today with, I believe, 6 racing days left in this meet, with 24 wins apiece.
And I wonder if Irad will be out of town for some of those days at Keeneland. So, you know, it could give Manny really a big edge on him. We'll see what happens. But both riders have been riding extremely well. And this is a horse, I think you sort of have to make a decision. You're either singling him in your pick 5, or you're maybe trying to be clever. You beat a horse like this in the first leg, you're going to give yourself an opportunity to make a score, because
that happened yesterday. We had a huge Chad Brown main track only runner who was 1-4, got beat. There were no prices. A horse that won that race was 7-2. It was like 5-2, 3-1 the rest of the way. At pick 5 paid over $1,000.
There you go. Right. We saw it. I think, with a heavy favorite on Thursday as well, but feels like a long, long time ago.
Manny Franco, a chance to there he is, be the leading rider of this meet. Get a little separation here. 1-4 favorite, Kentucky Joker, on the big drop down in class. We send it upstairs to kick off this Saturday card. Here's Johnny Brielle.
Number 6, Sinaloa, will be the last horse to go in. Number 7, Perfect Outcome, is already in the starting gate. And Sinaloa moves in nicely. We are set for the Saturday opener. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 2, Money for Nothing. It is Academy Choice who shows first. Utamaro down at the rail, now moving up to challenge. As they race up the chute and head for the backstretch, it is Utamaro on the inside, and Academy Choice is right there. Perfect Outcome, the gray, on the outside. Then comes the big favorite, Kentucky Joker, who sits behind the front 3. Money for Nothing down at the rail, right alongside is Waffler, and Sinaloa trails the field in 7th. The opening quarter over the sloppy going in 23 2/5 seconds. Utamaro has the lead here by a half length, with Academy Choice racing in 2nd. Perfect Outcome in the clear on the outside in 3rd. Money for Nothing down towards the rail. Then comes Kentucky Joker, who's in 5th position, about 3.5 from the lead. Waffler tailed off a bit. The trailer is Sinaloa, half mile in 47 3/5 seconds. So it is Utamaro by a head. Academy Choice racing in 2nd. Kentucky Joker is on the extreme outside. Perfect Outcome is in between horses, and Money for Nothing is down at the rail, and then Waffler. They're coming for the top of the stretch. It is still Utamaro with the lead. Money for Nothing has room now and is coming on through to grab 2nd. Kentucky Joker on the far outside. Then it's Academy Choice with Perfect Outcome and Waffler. They're all still chasing Utamaro, who has the lead. Money for Nothing. Kentucky Joker out in the middle of the track, but Utamaro is clear by 2.5 lengths, and it will be Utamaro with a front-running score here under Jose Ortiz. Money for Nothing was 2nd, and Kentucky Joker finished 3rd.
Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, and Utamaro kicks off this Saturday card. Belmont at the Big A, 7-1. That might play as big as double that, maybe, in multi-race wagers.
Yeah, this horse that's never done a stitch of running in any race he's run, and he's been on the turf. He's been in off-the-turf races. This is the first scheduled dirt race. He showed speed. There wasn't much pace. Good job by Jose Ortiz being aggressive, and he got the job done. But the story of the race is a complete no-show by Kentucky Joker. And listen, I picked him. I wasn't picking against him. But as we said before the race, there were some negatives. The purchase for $55,000, running for 30, and he's obviously a horse you could see him lugging in at this point. Manny Franco had to ride him for a half a mile. He was a horse that just was never really comfortable out there, and you can use the wet tracks as an excuse. For my money, I just don't want any part of him going forward.
7-1 over 7-1, and the 1-4 favorite winding up a non-threatening 3rd. Minor bump out of the gate for the 5, and then got sandwiched a little bit, but had plenty of opportunities to put in some run. Was a little wide at one point, but just did not show Any resolve here down the stretch. Big upset to kick off the Saturday card. It's tomorrow for Linda Rice with Jose Ortiz in the opener. We'll get back to Far Hills when we return after this short timeout. The Gladstone will kick off the action at one of the country's premier steeplechase events in Central Jersey when we come back on our FS2 coverage.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
650,000.
Jesse, 375,000. AC, 335,000.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Thanks for being with us on our Saturday coverage on FS2 with live action from Belmont at the Big A and steeplechase racing from Far Hills, New Jersey. You can follow along with all the action in our New York racing with free Equibase past performances. Get the stats on the horses, jockeys, trainers at NYRA.com/TV schedule. Tomorrow kicks things off on this Saturday card. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, Silks of Barry Schwartz. And a big upset in this opening race with a 1-4 favorite beat and a horse who'd shown very little form on this surface getting the win.
I hope you use this horse in the Big Five, because even if it chalks out from here, as Greg was talking about yesterday's card, this horse will be a very healthy horse to start out the Big Five.
It's a fun race we have coming up here in the second. 6 furlongs, everyone looking for the first win of their career. 2-year-old fillies in this maiden special weight. We have Matagorda Bay for Bill Mott. Speed and backed up first time out against a horse who would come back and win a stake at Delaware. Intriguing runner with Don't Say It for Brad Cox, who was on the turf value area for Todd Pletcher's shown ability. And Gunsong, first time starter with some pedigree.
Yeah, the dam was a very good runner. Nicole H. who ran around here for Mike Hush, and she won the Barbara Fritchie in Maryland, but she raced quite a bit here, ran some triple-digit buyers. Only had 2 foals so far, but one of them ran buyers in the 80s, and there is pedigree, but value area will be favored. A lot going on here, though. Some turfs to dirts that are dangerous as well.
But public defaulting, at least right now, to Todd Pletcher. Jose Ortiz, who's looking for the early double. He'll be on value area, start number 3 this afternoon, coming out of that productive race, and did stumble a bit at the start in that second effort. Far Hills race schedule. Here's what we have coming up. First race will be the Gladstone at 2 1/8 miles. Again, that Appleton race 5 is going to kick off a cross-country pick 5. which you can play on Naira Bets. And the main event, race 6, that Grade 1 Grand National. We'll see Snap Decision again, along with some other big names in there. Let's send it back out to Acacia and Company.
Yeah, Greg, we are looking forward to that Grand National, which will go as race number 6 coming up a little bit later on. And Joe and Liza, as we touched on at the start of the show, you do have some European invaders who really could make some noise in here, including Salvatore Ziggy for Gordon Elliott, who's looking to win his 2nd Grand National.
Yeah, I think the Irish horses are going to be very tough. Salvatore Ziggy, Seddon for sure. They get their ground. Even if we hadn't gotten as much rain, this is European-type ground. And Liza was out watching Salvatore Ziggy to give you a little school here.
Yeah, I was actually at my dad's place in Pennsylvania. He shipped in earlier this week, and you can tell he's just a great jumper, leaps over those fences, so I'm excited to see him today.
This is a horse who has plenty of experience over softer ground as well, but some horses that we may be familiar with if you've maybe seen some of the jumps races throughout Saratoga or on the Naira circuit. And a horse that is making his 3rd appearance in the Grand National is Snap Decision. And Joe will look to see if he can turn things around today. But first, before we get back to him, let's head over to Richie Migliori, who's our boots on the ground today, caught up earlier today with jockey Parker Hendricks.
I'm here with Parker Hendricks, who has 4 rides today. And Parker, I know you walked the course, and we've had so much rain. We've been inundated with rain. It looks like it's cleared out now, but you know, just how saturated and soft is the course?
Yeah, it's nice, soft ground. They have a nice cover of grass on it, so that should that'll hold the moisture in it. But I think it'll probably ride softer than it walks. And I think I say it walked soft. It didn't feel like really soft. Didn't feel bottomless or anything. But we'll know a lot more after the first race, after we get out on there.
Parker, how do you adjust your strategy on days like this when the ground is going to be demanding? Do you ride your horses any different?
I probably won't ride my 3-year-old any differently. He goes from the front. I'll do that again on him. But depending on what the ground is doing, where horses are winning from, and how it's riding, we might make adjustments, but that'll have to be kind of a game time decision.
Out of your rides today, who are you most excited about?
I'm excited for all of them. I have 4 cool rides. I ride a filly called Bella Coola. She's a really fun ride. I don't know, will she love this ground? She probably wants it a little quicker. And then my other 3-year-old Lightning Ridge for Kerry. He should have a pretty good chance, I think. He's coming off a win, and then I have Mary Maker in the big one. I'm pumped for him. He's coming off a win, and then I ride a nice horse called Presence of Mind for Jack Fisher, who won that race, the Appleton, 2 years ago. So he should come here with a good chance.
Parker, thank you. I know you're busy. Thank you so much for taking the time. Best of luck and safe trips.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Jockey Parker Hendricks with some live mounts today, and having the opportunity, Richie, to catch up with him earlier. And I know you got a chance to walk the turf course yourself, a course that did take some rain over the last couple days, but should be in fine form coming in to this year's event.
Yeah, Keisha, the course has given it. We've had a lot of rain, but it's pristine ground because it has not been used since last year's Grand National card here at Far Hills. It looks great, and the sun's just starting to peek out just in time for the opener. Let's get the party started.
I think in the infield, the party has started already. We look forward to seeing some scenes there. Richie, thank you, and hearing your insight. Joe and Liza, we have the first race coming up, the Gladstone 2 1/8, going over the hurdles here for 3-year-olds. And Joe, as they're lining up quickly, well, we'll talk about it after the race. Let's go to track announcer Larry Colmus for the call of the Gladstone.
Lightning Ridge going out to the early lead. Our boy Wes is away in 2nd position as they come to jump number 1. And then it's Enzio to the inside in 3rd. So they make their way over this first fence. They all clear well, led by Lightning Ridge, who's on top over Our Boy Wes in 2nd. Kyogo is 3rd on the outside, Enzio 4th. Then St. John's, then Clifton down. At the back are Kitten Around and Southpaw Mike. So over that 2nd fence they go. Lightning Ridge and Parker Hendricks opening up an early lead here of 3.5 lengths into that turn. They're on top of Kyogo and Our Boy West, who are heads apart. Second and third, and just ahead of St. John's. Fourth racing on the outside of Anzio as they head to the backstretch fences. Then a break of another 2 back to Clifton Down. Kitten around, and Southpaw Mike at the rear of the field. So on to the backstretch they go. Lightning Ridge out there on a 6-length lead as they come to fence number 3. Up and over there is Lightning Ridge in the clear from in second, Kyogo. Our Boy West is third. Break of another 4 to St. John's, and then comes Anzio in fifth as they go over that next fence. After Anzio comes Clifton Down, and Southpaw Mike is second to last here, and the trailer is now Kitten around. So over the next fence they go, and the field clears well, and Lightning Ridge is still on top. Lightning Ridge, the leader by 2.5 lengths as they come down the dip from Our Boy West in second. Kyogo is third to the outside, 5 in front of St. John's. Then comes Anzio moving around the turn, followed by Clifton Down. Southpaw Mike is second last, and Kitten around is the trailer as they enter the stretch the next time around. So it has been Lightning Ridge all the way so far, and Lightning Ridge straightens away into the stretch here with over 1 lap to go on top over Our Boy West on the inside. So the stablemates are 1-2 as they come through this stretch for the first time. And then it's Kyogo, fourth and just behind them. These 3 go over that fence clear from St. John's, racing in his jumps debut in fourth. And then it's Anzio, fifth on the outside, followed by Southpaw Mike, Clifton Down, and Kitten around. Our Boy West has joined Lightning Ridge up front. They're going to go to the next fence, and they clear from Kyogo. And then it's Anzio to the inside in fourth. St. John's follows in fifth, about 5 lengths off the lead. Southpaw Mike is next, Clifton Down to the outside, and the trailer is Kitten around. So around that turn they go. Our Boy West and Lightning Ridge, stablemates. They're 1-2 as they race on to the backstretch. Kyogo tracks them intently from third position as they come to these final backstretch fences. Then Southpaw Mike, followed by St. John's to the inside. So it is Our Boy West up and over there on top. The leader by a length, Kyogo, is in second as Southpaw Mike has made steady progress, and strong progress indeed. Southpaw Mike has moved up right alongside of these front runners. Now Kyogo, Our Boy West, and Southpaw Mike are all right together as they race for that far turn. Another 6 lengths ahead of Clifton Down and St. John's. So there's just 1 fence to go here, and it is Our Boy West and Kyogo, the 2 European invaders. They're nose to nose on the lead. Southpaw Mike is trying to stick with them, but now is backed off 3 lengths from those pacemakers, and the others are far back. It looks to be between Kyogo and Our Boy West, and the 2 of them coming to the final fence. Third is Southpaw Mike. The others are far behind as they come to this final fence. Up and over goes Kyogo. Kyogo, the leader here from in second, Our Boy West. Southpaw Mike continues to hang in there. Kyogo into the final furlong. Our Boy West on the attack once again, but Kyogo is clear. Our Boy West is second. Southpaw Mike is third. Coming to the finish, Kyogo and Our Boy West down to the wire together, and it's going to be Kyogo. Our Boy West second, Southpaw Mike was third.
Battle of attrition down to the wire in the first race of the day. They made it a thriller in the Gladstone. A lot of inexperience in here, Joe. But Kyogo, Gordon Elliott, of course, will send out Salvatore Ziggy later in the Grand National, starting off the day in style.
Yeah, he's won this race. Again, we talked about it for 3-year-olds, and Irish horses have a little more experience. They really showed it. Kyogo was fairly loaded the whole way. Our Boy West was also Irish race, had run 3 times, and they really stayed on. The course doesn't look that soft, but it must be very tiring because there are 2 tired horses coming to the finish. And the Irish run 1-2. My pick, Our Boy West, was getting there at the very end, and I think Liza's pick got it and hung on.
Yeah, it ended up being a tight finish for how long the races are here. But it was interesting. I talked to Gordon yesterday, and this is the one that he was most worried about with the ground, and the one that he didn't seem as confident on. So that's going to show what's up for him later in the day.
Maybe that's a good sign of the shape of things to come for the Gordon Elliott team. Kyogo getting the win with Jack Kennedy in the saddle, this horse coming in. And Joe, you touched on it a little bit, but this race for the 3-year-olds here in America, as you were explaining to me, 2-year-olds, they can't go over the hurdles, coming here as 3-year-olds, but they start later in the season, so there's not a lot of experience in this race, either on flat racing potentially or over the jumps.
Yeah, and that's where the Irish horses had run over jumps in the summer, where the first American 3-year-old race was a month ago at Chewan Downs in Maryland. And so they've run 3 times. They've got a little more experience, and you could just see it in their jumping. The Parker was on the lead there with Lightning Ridge, who actually won the race at Chewan Downs, but he was very green, kind of drifting at his fences, and these two were straight, you know, and knew exactly what to do. Interesting thing here, too, Gordon Elliott trains the horse, and he was Irish race, but he was purchased by American owners. Ben Griswold from Maryland owns the horse, so it's a American owner, Irish trainer, and the horse will stay here to race in America after this.
And Liza, it looks like the party for the Irish contingency just getting started, too.
Yeah, definitely. We can see their tailgate over here right behind us. So they're going to be definitely celebrating. And our boy Wes ran great for Kerry, also just shipped in over here.
Making his first start here stateside, but in the winner's circle, Kyogo in the first race, the Gladstone. It was 8-7-4-2, making it a thriller in the first race of the day. When we come back, we'll have more live racing action from Far Hills, as well as Belmont at the Big A. Stay with us. Race 2 coming up from New York after this, as horses are in the paddock for this maiden special weight. 2-year-old fillies sprinting on the main track. We'll hear more about the field, Greg and Andy, and more from Far Hills as well when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Speightstown, Munning, Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage, and welcome to those just joining us on our Bally Sports SoCal San Diego coverage. of America's Day at the Races. Live action for Belmont at the Big A and one of the premier steeplechase events in the country from Far Hills. We'll get back out there shortly. Race 2 here in South Ozone Park, New York. 6 furlong sprint. It's a maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies and a lot of attention, obviously, on the 5 value area for Todd Pletcher. This will be start number 3 and ran second behind a Next Out Stakes winner with a troubled beginning back on September 17th.
Yeah, but the Next Out Stakes winner ran 5 buyer points worse at Delaware. So for my money, I actually don't think it complements that horse's race at all. Now, she was going to run the 71 buyer figure that she got, but the third horse should have won the race. She was the heavy favorite, and she had a sort of eventful trip in that race, mostly her doing, to be honest with you. And you and I were talking on camera or off camera before about a horse who finished well behind in there, making her debut in Matagorda Bay, the 3, a horse that at least showed speed in there. And I think both of us thought that she was a bit of an overlay at 10-1. A lot of money, though, going for Don't Say It. I don't love this horse for Brad Cox. Not betting his debut on the turf. Didn't really do a ton of running that day, and I thought this horse was vulnerable in here. So of the ones getting bet, I would go against.
Yeah, it's a bit of a guessing game with Don't Say It. The Dam was an Australian turf sprinter and not a very good one. Just 1 for 16 lifetime. So we'll see how this one takes to a wet track. All the attention on this filly right here. Start number 3 for Todd Pletcher, and something to keep in mind. And, obviously there were some live runners in that race. Second time out. This barn usually gets it done with 2 chances.
I agree. Now, the one thing to counter that, and I agree with you on that thought, is she wasn't betting either of those starts. She was 7-1 and 5-1, and part of the reason she was 5-1 was that the third horse was around 1-5 last time, or 2-5, so that had a lot to do with it. But it's not like this was one of those highly regarded Todd Pletcher horses, but the other side of that is makes you wonder how good the horse really is. I think she's a bit vulnerable in here.
Well, she had to go against Ways and Means first time out, which couldn't have been fun. And then, of course, that loaded field last time out. The horse she did finish ahead of was a 1-5 favorite that day for Chad Brown. But, yeah, some other interesting ways to go. As you said, the 3, speed and backed up in that same race with value area. Now start number 2 for the Belmont filly, the 3 Matagorda Bay, and Junior Alvarado back aboard. And then Gunsong, the 6. First-time starter, $400,000 daughter of Gunrunner. And the Dam, who was quite a runner. And this will be the first start in that big gate drill back on October 13th leading up to this start.
I like the horse's 2-year-old sales worked 10 1/5 at the sale and really seemed to be running strongly at the finish. One of the foals from the Dam was a solid runner running buyers in the 80s, and the Hennig barn's been very live. And I know she's not taking a lot of money, but you don't really expect the Hennig firsters to necessarily get bet. The barn had a great Saratoga, and they've continued on and doing well here at Belmont at the Big A as well.
And then you have bookending this field 2 George Weaver runners. Progeny, who's only been on turf first 2 starts. Street View, the 7 to the outside, whose debut was on turf. So for both these 2, it's going to be the dirt debut coming up. And of those 2, Street View is obviously more highly regarded at 9-2, the 7.
I always like the Street Bosses. He's a pretty cool sire, and his horses seem to be really good turf sprinters. There's more turf pedigree, but there's enough dirt pedigree that I wouldn't be shocked if this horse did well.
So here's the other George Weaver filly. Again, 2 starts on turf and now dirt.
There is some dirt pedigree on the Dam side, more turf, though.
Speed for Matagorda Bay in that debut, second time out for Mott.
Yeah, I agree with you that she's an interesting horse. I like that she showed speed first time out, so somewhere in there's an engine.
Brad Cox, trainee, Don't Say It.
Second choice in here, going turf to dirt. Brad has decent enough numbers doing it, but these horses tend to be underlays.
Even money favor for Todd Pletcher, start number 3, value area.
Even money seems a little bit short, but she does come out of a race that got a solid figure last time, and she ran fine in it.
There's that debuter by Gunrunner for Mark Hennig, Gunsong.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of money, but then again, the Gunrunners sell very well, and the Dam was a solid graded stakes horse, ran triple-digit buyers for Mike Hushin.
Dylan Davis rides. He took the early double yesterday on the card. And then here's Arad Ortiz Jr. on Street View for George Weaver.
Rare chance to get a slightly reasonable price on Street View, and we'll see with Weaver. I mean, his horses do well enough. Maiden special, turf to dirt with maidens. I think this horse is a potential player here.
6 minutes to post in the start of our early pick 4. Back at Far Hills, it was Kyogo in the Gladstone to kick off the coverage. Let's head back to Acacia.
And Greg, those connections of Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy will look to strike again later in the Grand National. But Joe and Liza kicking off the day with a nice victory. And it seems like Gordon knows which horses fit this type of race at this stage.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about it a couple of times. Just the advantage the Irish horses have on experience, which matters in all races, but it really matters with the 3-year-old races against the American horses who really are just getting started. You know, these horses might have been as green as the horse that was on the lead the first time they ran. They're not the second, third, fourth time they've run, you know, and you just saw it the whole way around. They were in better spot, better shape, jumping better the whole way around.
Definitely, and we had the other European horse that just came over for Kerry Bryan, ran a close second, so it just goes to show that they're handling the ground here a little bit better than our American horses.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what some of the jockeys, if they say, what I would love to grab somebody right now. How did it ride? Because as tired as those horses were, was that because of the ground, or is that because they're 3-year-olds inexperienced?
For sure, giving up a lot of experience, but as we've talked about, maybe some sun shining now, some wind picking up as well. Hopefully our set remains upright here, but we'll see if that continues to be a trend moving on through the rest of the card. As far as race 2 is concerned, the Harry Harris to be run over the fences for the 4-year-olds, and right now Calico, your favorite, the number 3 for Gordon Elliott.
Yeah, surprise, right? This is 4-year-olds, so again, we've got horses with a lot more experience compared to the 3-year-olds, but still, there's a couple of maidens, a couple have won multiple races, and then Calico's run 22 times. So she's got tons of experience. It probably matters a little less here because the other horses have run more.
And she gets Jack Kennedy aboard as well, so he knows the track now, has had that one run over it. So he's actually going to be my pick, Calico, or she, sorry.
Yeah, taking on the boys, because Gordon has another one in the Filly Mare race. So they've come with the right horses. They've won here. He's won the 3-year-old race now 4 times. They know how to do it with horses like that. And yeah, Jack Kennedy's a brilliant young rider, really. He's ridden in America a couple of times, but I'm sure that race would help him sort of figure out what he wants to do, how this plays a little more.
We'll see what continues on throughout the rest of the day. The Harry Harris coming up next. We'll talk a little bit more about it as Calico will try to take on the boys. But first, we have 2-year-old fillies. Belmont at the Big A. Greg, we'll see as we continue with the inexperienced angle, we'll see what the young horses do coming up in race 2.
All right, thanks. Yeah, Calico, that filly with almost more starts over the jumps than the rest of the field combined. So she is certainly the experience of that group. Pick 4 back here, Belmont at the Big A. One of the many contenders in this group. Here's that Brad Cox filly. Turf debut, now getting on dirt. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin on how to tackle this pick 4 here in this first leg coming up. JK.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I think that the best friend to a sequence with short price horses is the single. This game was kind of built on betting to win, and we learned what value means in that sense. But I think one of the ways that you can take horses like the 5 value area and try to create some value around value area is through some of the exotic wagers, whether it's an exacta, a trifecta, superfecta. I prefer. My brain sees the multi-race wagers better. I just aligned interest with a jockey, trainer, and owner of wanting to get across the wire first rather than, getting second or third. Value area does feel like the type of horse you can single. There's just not anything in here to really get excited about. I guess maybe the 4, Don't Say It, ran okay on debut, but why would Brad Cox debut on turf if he thought he had a dirt horse? Brad can win on any surface, but if he's got a dirt horse, he's going to run the horse on the dirt. I guess unless it's Monomoy Girl, but that's another story. Value area to me is just better than these horses. I think the cut back to the 6 furlongs is going to help quite a bit. Drawn towards the outside, you just would have to get super creative and super cute to try to beat value area. I just don't really have any interest of wasting any of my equity on trying to do so.
Well, the public agrees with JK, 3 to 5 on value area. Meanwhile, there are some other options. We'll see. I mean, it remains to be seen, but it seems like there's some intriguing runners potentially, like this one, and maybe it's going to take a start or two. But Gunsong, expensive gun runner filly with an intriguing pedigree, seemingly working well.
And this is the 2-year-old sales work. I thought the horse really picked it up. And, I've seen horses ridden a lot harder than this one was ridden. I like the sales workout for whatever that's worth. In all likelihood, the 5's a slightly higher price in multi-race bets. It's hard to imagine that CAW play they're going this crazy for a horse like the 5 who would in my opinion, is nowhere near a 3 to 5 shot on paper. You've got lightly raced horses, turf to dirts, good trainers, good connections. I think this is going way overboard on a horse that never really got bet in either of her 2 starts, and she's run fine, and she is surely the likeliest winner. There is a misunderstanding by some people that play multi-race bets that favorites aren't your friend, and they are your friend in multi-race bets. The reality is that the value can exist with them. Now, beating them will provide you with better payoffs, but value, the most misused word in racing. I mean, Jonathan can be right about that. That you can have short-priced horses, pick 4s, pick 5s, pick 5s, pick 6s in particular. They're not driven by a couple of short prices winning. They're driven by a couple of big prices winning in them, and statistically over time, lower priced horses provide the best value. If the parlay's $40 and it pays $70, that's value. So the misunderstanding of just throwing out summarily favorites, it's a misunderstanding of the way to be successful in these plays. I want to play against this horse. I actually did. I used 3, 6, 7 in a small pick 4 play because I do want to play against this horse at 3 to 5, but that doesn't make me right.
And we'll see. Some of these horses, and it's not like Progeny ran particularly well, the 1 for Weaver, and she's 30 to 1 right now on the inside. But sometimes showing ability on that turf can, translate a bit to a wet track. We'll see if that happens with Street View, who's 6 to 1 on the outside, the other Weaver filly.
And I'm not sure they're that chilly on the board as much as they're just. I mean, the morning line was supposed to be 7 to 5 on the 5. I can't imagine, and I don't know who thought this horse would be odds on in here. I mean, that seems like going a little bit. And also, to be fair, I think you have to throw in the wet track angle. I mean, wet tracks, they don't play favorites.
Yeah.
Short-priced horses might dislike a wet track as much as a horse. Now, most of them handle it just fine, but I think a horse like this becomes more vulnerable, don't you? The more factors you throw in, they might help one of the other
potentially.
horses.
And we'll see the 3, Matagorda Bay. Junior Alvarado, he's going to try and take it to this field early on the front end and show that speed that she did last time out when she wilted in the debut. The rematch coming up with Value Area. Race 2 kicks off this early. Pick 4, we go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Field of 6 going 6 furlongs here on this sloppy and sealed track. Gunsong, the first-time starter, has moved in. And number 7, Street View, will complete the field. And we are set. And they're off. Not a great beginning for number 5, Value Area, and she trails the field. Don't Say It, Gunsong. Those 2 are heads apart in the early going, with Progeny down at the rail and moving up from 3rd. Matagorda Bay is in between horses and in 4th, and Street View on the outside in 5th. And Value Area, the odds-on favorite, is the trailer in 6th, 5.5 lengths off the lead. The quarter, 23 seconds. The leader is Don't Say It by 3/4 of a length. Then Gunsong in 2nd. Moving up on the outside is Street View, along with Value Area, who is now getting closer on the extreme outside. In behind the front runners is Progeny, and Matagorda Bay is the trailer now. As the field hits the top of the stretch, it is Don't Say It, Value Area on the outside, and in between those 2, it is Gunsong. Here is Value Area and Gunsong. They are right together. Don't Say It, not giving up. 3 of them across as they come down for the 16th pole. Gunsong in between horses. Value Area on the outside. Don't Say It closest to the rail. They come on for the finish now, and it is Gunsong, first-time starter to win it narrowly over the big favorite, Value Area.
First-time starter, Gunsong, daughter, a gun runner, Dylan Davis with the victory, out battling the heavy favorite who did have a compromised beginning.
Yes, the favorite did run the best race of anybody in here, but we talked about, the horse stumbled first time out, last time out as well, but the 6 did something that's not easy to do, which is sort of be game between horses. That's not easy for anybody, and for a first-time starter, that's a very good sign, and a horse that Mark Hennig really had ready to go. Speed obviously held, and I bet against the 5. I like the 6. I was lucky. The 5 should have won this race. There is no denying she was the best horse in this race, but she got left, and she didn't get it done. She ran the best race in here, but she didn't win.
Well, let's go back and take a look at that start. Keep your eyes on the 5, Jose Ortiz on the odds-on favorite, and there it is. Conceding a couple of lengths of this field right off the bat, hopping out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, I don't care what price you are, you can't do that.
Just kind of lost her footing. You saw the head-on off screen.
And it's hard to believe, had she broken cleanly, she wouldn't have won this race. I think she would have been more forward. She wouldn't have had to make the move she made. The race was dominated in the front end. So it would be foolish to say that she shouldn't have won this race. And if I hit this pick 4, I got lucky because the 6 should have won. Every horse player is allowed to get lucky sometimes.
That's a big part of racing, isn't it?
Just acknowledge it at least, you know.
6-5-4-7. Gunsong at 6-1. First time out. Wins for Mark Hennig. We'll have these prices when we return. We'll take a look back from earlier today across the pond at Ascot on British Champions Day and the Quipco Champion Stakes. What a finale for a tremendous career. Frankie Dettori, final ride likely in Britain, and he goes out a winner.
Quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Curling, the classic sire.
Dominant from day one. At $5 million, $5 million, $5 million.
The one and only Monomoy girl.
Oh my goodness, right here. What do you ask for one like her? Here is Gamine, the $1.8 million 2-year-old. 9 career wins in 11 tries. She was off the board just once in her career.
Good to be with you on our Saturday coverage with Halloween right around the corner. Our program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. And we're underway in the pick 4. We've had 2 big upsets to start our afternoon. Udamaro at 7-1, beating an odds-on favorite. And now Gunsong, a first-time starter, beating an odds-on favorite at 6-1 here in race number 2.
Mark Hennig had a sensational Saratoga, and he was really one of the stories up in Saratoga. Obviously, Linda Rice, Chad Brown tying for the trainer's title, but you know, Mark's not going to be somebody who has the barn that can contend, and he had a sensational meet. But a lot of times when you have those kind of meets, you come down to to Aqueduct, and you just don't have the bullets in your chamber. But Mark really has not skipped a beat since coming down here. I think this is his 4th win at the meet, or at least it is based on the PPs, and hasn't run that many horses. And Gunsong may have been a little lucky to win, but she was ready to go first time out, and that was a gritty effort by her. Good to see.
We move on to race 3. It's the start of a middle pick 4. 6 furlong sprint. everyone for sale for $16,000 in here, so $16,000 claiming tag. The condition horses who only have a maiden win to their credit, so they're all one-time winners in this spot. Morning Cup, 1 to 2 morning line. Did you see this horse as a massive standout?
No, I think he's way the horse to beat in here. I didn't love his last race. I don't love the claim in the drop down, but to deny that he's way the horse to beat up, because I don't think the second choice Makar is a major threat. I thought he was second, a very weak field. I thought Gun Maestro, who's supposed to be in front in this race with your favorite rider, Shannon Uski, riding, I thought he was the other horse. I used the 2 and 6 in my pick 4.
Yeah, that one should be forward early. Has had a couple of in-the-money finishes and 3 tries on a wet track. We're going to have more on this field when we come back. Again, starts a middle pick 4. And plenty more ahead. From Far Hills, snap decision, beat it odds on off the bench in his return. Multiple Grade 1 winner trying to bounce back. Horse who stole his thunder in a Lonesome Glory. Mary Maker, he'll meet again.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450, 75. 475,000.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
World's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A star wherever she's raced, Fev Rover is a stakes winner in 4 countries. She was a stakes-winning juvenile in her native Ireland, a Group 2 winner in France, and placed in the English 1,000 Guineas the following year.
Fev Rover on the inside, won't be denied.
Sold to owner Tracy Farmer, Fev Rover quickly won the Grade 2 Canadian Stakes with trainer Mark Cassie.
And for the last position to first, very impressive win in the Nassau Stakes to Fev Rover.
At 5, she's been better than ever, winning a pair of Grade 1s with victories in both the Beverly D and the E.P. Taylor.
Fev Rover proving much the best in the E.P. Taylor Stakes and absolutely relished the ground.
Possessing an outcross pedigree, Fev Rover's Juddmonte female family includes Grade 1 winners Light Jig and Seek Again. Multiple Grade 1 winning millionaire Fev Rover, selling this November with Gainsway, agent.
The live racing action continues throughout this afternoon as we are here live at Far Hills in New Jersey. We have the second race coming up at the Harry Harris for the 4-year-olds. And right now, Calico, the 4-year-old filly, the favorite, getting ready to take on the boys as this race, much like we saw in the opener, Joe, maybe not the most experienced horses. It's not going to be the highest level, but it's horses really finding their stride and perhaps seeing some good form right now.
Yeah, the most important thing, the 3-year-olds obviously are all really new. It's an open race, 4-year-olds. So you could have won anything and be eligible for this. So you see horses who've won multiple times like Calico, and you see some others that are maidens coming at it. But you should see a little more pace, a little more. They'll finish a little faster than the 3-year-olds did, should anyway, but I think the race does revolve around Calico. I went slightly different, trying to be a contrarian with Total Joy off back-to-back wins. We'll see if he can get it done.
We'll talk more about this second race in a moment, but first, let's head over to Richie Migliori with a special guest.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And I'm here with Guy Tulsieri. And Guy, we're in a new area here, the Hunt Club this year, and we got a lot of things going on. This is a really nice section.
We do have a lot of things going on, and thanks for coming back again. It was your second annual now, right?
Thank you for having us back. Me and Acacia have been excited about this for months.
Just keep putting the third Saturday in October on your calendar. Yeah, this is called the Hunt Club, and it was an idea we've been working on for a number of years, but it's a place where 21-year-olds and older can come and they can buy food, they can get drink, and have a great time.
Well, I really like the way it's done. We got activities back here. We were doing a little bit of the beanbag toss here. The weather's really gotten nice now, but we had a lot of rain. In the first race, the horses were struggling through the stretch. But you informed me that you actually have the ability to move the rails around during the day to keep them on pristine ground.
Yeah, it's a huge track, and we have the ability, as you said, to, we'll look at this after the third or fourth race, and depending on how deep it is, we'll move the fences outward and continue to give horses fresh ground.
How exciting it is to continue to get this European participation.
It's fabulous. It's fabulous. We had, I think we have 6 imports this year, and I was at a party Thursday night that I got invited to where there were 60, 70 Irish people at the consulate at the UN, and they're great supporters, and I'm glad we got their attention.
Guy, thank you so much for having us. We got to get back to the races.
You better practice up on your beanbag.
I definitely need help.
Richie, thank you, and big thanks to Guy and the whole team for having us back here. It's a real joy to get a chance to cover it. And Liza, you heard Richie and Guy talking about the condition of the course. Your brother Parker, who we heard from earlier, a jockey. I know your whole family really involved in it. How much of an impact is the ground going to be for these connections and trying out some of these big races on a day like this?
Acacia, it'll definitely have an impact, especially for the American horses, because they're not as used to the softer ground. But it was great how Guy was talking about how they can move the rail out so they can just kind of monitor how the track's playing, and they take great care of it.
It looks like it's in good shape. We'll see how the horses get over it. Potentially what we saw for the first race, Joe, looks like could be a little bit tiring. We'll know more after the second race, too.
Yeah, I think so, because you've got a little more experienced horses. And like he said, it will be interesting to see if they move. The turns are what gets chewed up, and around the fences gets chewed up. So if they can bank the turns out, push the horses out wider later in the day, that'll make a difference. They'll probably want to do that for the Grand National or some of the other races if it gets chewed up.
As far as the second race, the Harry Harris for the 4-year-olds, as Joe mentioned, we talked about her a couple times already. Calico, the same connections that we saw in the opener. Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy going to be teaming up with the French-bred 4-year-old filly taking on the boys. How common is this to see a female horse taking on the boys in a race like this?
For the 4-year-olds, it might be a little more common because, again, the playing field's a little, it's restricted already. You know, the fillies taking on the boys in an open race like a Grade 1, maybe not quite as much because we have a filly and mare stake. Gordon, he nominated both. He's got a mare in the filly and mare stake who will be really tough too, as we deal with our stuff in the wind. And I think he's just trying to split him up, and this filly being 4, he can run her here, and like I think Greg touched on, she has run more times than the rest of the field combined. She ran on back-to-back days at Galway, which is wild. She ran better the first time, probably expectedly, I guess, but we really don't see that here in America. That's right, Liza? I mean, that does not happen ever.
No, usually not. And actually, my other brother, McLean, got to ride Calico earlier in the week when he was down at my dad, Ricky Hendricks's in Pennsylvania, and McLean said that he just loved this filly, that she was a very classy filly. So he must have just wanted to separate his fillies a bit, and excited to see how he goes.
And she obviously has plenty of experience over softer ground as well. Let's touch on a couple of the other contenders in here. The number 4, just another one, seems to be taking quite a bit of attention at 3-1 right now. A horse that is coming off of a disappointing effort last time out and still looking for his first win over the jumps.
I'm going to chalk that up to the ownership connections. The Atlantic Friends Racing has a lot of international partners in America and England, and they're supporting their horse. He would have to show a little more for me to warrant in here, but again, I think that's what the 4-year-old race really does. Normally, these horses would have to go run against more experienced, older horses in the novice or in another race, and they kind of get their own. We just saw it with the 3-year-old races; they get their own race. So it does level it out a little bit for sure.
Liza, what about the 5 Total Joy? He was impressive winning last time out.
He was, Acacia, and he's coming off of 2 back-to-back wins, and his last race was at Shawan with that yielding turf. It was very soft that day, so the horse is coming out of that. We know that they can handle the softer ground, and he won by 10 lengths there. Freddie Proctor gets back aboard for Leslie Young, who is the steeplechase leading trainer.
We're seeing on the screen too the 6 Rocket One. For those who are flat racing fans, you might potentially remember this horse back in the day with Bill Mott and Frank Fletcher, son of Into Mischief. And Joe, it's kind of fun too when we see some of the crossover, as well as when co-owned by 10 Strike Racing, and seeing horses that started out on the flat courses switching over to becoming jumps horses and finding their second careers.
Yeah, it's probably the biggest thing. It's the biggest question I get asked a lot is, are these thoroughbreds? I'm like, yeah, they are thoroughbreds. That's saying he's by Into Mischief. He costs $600,000 as a yearling. He was not supposed to be a steeplechaser, but he can do it, you know. And he clearly didn't sort of rise to the level he needed to on the flat. He went through several barns. My brother runs River D Stable, and he watches horses all the time. Watched that horse. He had met Marshall Graham, and Marshall always said, I love distance racing. If you ever see a horse that might make sense for us to partner up on, let me know. And you know, and here he is, and which is really cool. Again, the more crossover, the better. I think it's we need to see it. I mean, and like Liza and I kind of take it for granted that there's crossover, but there needs to be more of it. They are thoroughbred horses. They can do both. They can always do it.
Thoroughbreds are amazing, Liza. I mean, they really can. I know we're both involved with aftercare and transitioning horses to careers off the racetrack, but they can do a lot of different jurisdictions and different disciplines.
Yeah, for sure. And another thing we see in this area and other steeplechase areas is hunting, fox hunting, and horses actually cross over in the same season between hunting and timber racing. So they're very versatile horses.
Yeah, I mean, this race meet itself owes its roots to the Essex Foxhounds. I mean, that's how all this began, was one guy challenged some other guy on a fox hunter to see who was faster. And it's a great fitness type of thing for this. You don't necessarily see it with 3- and 4-year-olds, but the older horses will do it for sure.
Going to line up in just a moment. Hector Soler, once again, here at Far Hills, the head starter for the New York Racing Association. Got a chance to be here last year as well. He did a terrific job, and obviously it's a different kind of start with these types of races versus being in the starting gate like you'll see at Belmont Park or up at Saratoga.
Yeah, I try to call it a beginning, not a start, because the last thing you want is a bells clanging, really fast start to that first fence. They line them up in post position order, and when it's fair, Hector will turn them loose.
Getting ready to line up for the second race today, the Harry Harris. Here's Larry Colmus with the call.
Aftermath will go out to the early lead, joined now on the outside by Just Another One, who will grab the front. Just Another One to the early advantage here as the filly Calico settles up right alongside, and these two take him over that first fence. Just clear from Chosen Judge and Aftermath. Break of 2 lengths back to Total Joy. Active Duty is next, and Rocket One is last. Just Another One and Calico making the pace here over the second fence, 1-2, and they're clear from the others by about 3 lengths. Aftermath is next on the outside of Chosen Judge. Right in behind them, Total Joy, Active Duty to the outside. And last of them all is Rocket One. So they make their way around this first turn. And it's Calico and Jack Kennedy out on the lead here. The filly in front and getting away. Opening up a 3-length advantage here on Just Another One as they come to fence number 3. After that comes Aftermath. Chosen Judge to the inside is next. Active Duty, Total Joy. And then comes Rocket One. So they continue up the backstretch here with Calico showing the way over the 4th fence. Calico by about 5. And then it's just another one, clearly in second position from Aftermath. Chosen Judge to the inside is next. And behind them, Total Joy, Active Duty, and Rocket One. So they continue over fence number 5 and make their way through this turn. And down the dip they come with Calico leading the way. Calico by 3 lengths. Just another one. Aftermath to the outside, second and third. Chosen Judge behind them, following in 4th position, 6 lengths from the front. Then Active Duty, followed by Total Joy. And Rocket One and Graham Waters have been last so far as they make their way into the stretch for the second time round. And this Invader Calico, the filly is well in control here. She's got a 4-length lead on Just Another One. Aftermath is next, but they've got a long way to go. After that comes Chosen Judge. So here comes Calico to the 6th of 11 fences. And Calico roars over there, well clear. A 7-length lead now from Just Another One. Aftermath, Active Duty to the outside, and Total Joy. Then comes Chosen Judge and Rocket One. And up and over goes Calico. And she's still got a big lead here as they make their way around the turn. Calico is in front by 6 lengths. Active Duty is second. Aftermath is third. Just Another One, 4th. Total Joy behind them. And then to the inside comes Chosen Judge. The trailer throughout has been Rocket One, and the leader has been Calico. So here they come to fence number 8. And she's still 5 in front. Calico making her way over this fence in the clear. She took it well. In second is Active Duty now. And right behind them comes Chosen Judge running along in third. Followed by Total Joy and Just Another One as they've caught up to Calico, and losing the rider there was Total Joy. Total Joy has lost the rider as they come down the dip. Calico's lead has shortened. It is 3/4 of a length. Active Duty is second, joined on the inside by Chosen Judge. Then comes Just Another One and Rocket One on the outside. So Calico has 1 fence to go, making their way around the turn. She's got company from Chosen Judge. Calico and Chosen Judge, and they're a 1/2 length apart. And they're in the clear by about 4 lengths over Active Duty and Rocket One as they arrive at the final fence. Calico holding off Chosen Judge so far. Calico clears. Chosen Judge comes wide as they make their way to the top of the stretch here. It is Calico. Calico still on top and in control here, opening up with each and every stride. Chosen Judge a distant second behind a fantastic filly. Calico was one tough cat. She won it easily by Chosen Judge second, and then it was Just Another One and Rocket One.
Calico, the filly, in domination of the Harry Harris the entire way, cruising on the front end with her ears pricked, Joe, and then she found another spurt late to kick away.
Yeah, lone speed, right? She was really relaxed the whole way, and I thought when they ran to her, okay, because she didn't jump one fence on the back that well, but man, then she just saw it out from there. She put all her experience to good use.
Might be the Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy show today as they're showing us how it's done with their European invaders, but she was very impressive here.
We did see, unfortunately, the number 5, Total Joy, unseat his rider, Freddie Proctor. We'll provide updates as we have them. Looks like Total Joy was following along behind the field, but no doubt about the winner, the number 3, Calico, in control of this race every step of the way. The filly beats the boys as Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy sweep the first 2 races here at Far Hills. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more live racing from Belmont at the Big A after this.
And the stage is set. Bright Work will make Ways and Means work. She is running on strongly. Ways and Means still a length back second. These two are dominating. Bright Work is a superstar.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Saturday card, Belmont at the Big A and Far Hills as well. We're up to race 3 here in New York. Pick 4, middle pick 4. Starts in the 6-furlong sprint for non-winners of 2 lifetime. We'll start the post spread with it's a little bit funny, 23-1.
I don't think it'll be particularly funny to anyone who's alive and pick 5s or pick 4s if this horse wins the race. But for
more
somebody,
like
maybe.
maddening. We've had 2 big upsets already to start this card. Gun Maestro, Fernando Abreu trains.
I like this horse. Maybe back-to-back gun runners. Going to try to wire the field with Gun Maestro.
MB's Munning, Wayne Potts trains with Lane Luzzy.
Did have a win in a sloppy sealed track at Monmouth 2 back, but in a very slow race.
Only win for a with no name. It came on a good surface here last September.
But the Flying P stable seems to be coming alive, so maybe this one could be a little bit interesting as a weirdo long shot, but got to improve off every race it's ever run.
McCarr made a really nice appearance in the paddock here. Michelle Giangiulio trains.
I don't like this horse. I thought he was second in a terrible race last time out.
And the 1-2 morning line favorite has now become odds on at 4-5 Morning Cup.
And he's the horse to beat. He's just consistently runs figures that are faster than basically anyone's could run in here. It's wild, right? I mean, there's a possibility that 3 odds-on horses could lose the first 3 races. It's unusual. And he might be the likeliest of them. Well, because I guess the negative with him.
Likeliest meaning what?
Winner. It's easy to say it now because the other 2 lost. In that, okay, he was claimed for $25,000 and they're dropping down for $16,000. So the truth is, if he wins this race, gets claimed, they're going to lose a couple dollars. So that is a negative. There's no doubt about it. But he doesn't have much competition. I mean, on paper, the 2 and 6 are the only ones that can run it all. Whereas the second race, there were unknowns in there, turfs to dirts, first-time starter. The first race, of course, that horse laid over them on paper, but he had to show up. He didn't.
Yeah, it does seem like you could put a line through the 1, the 3, the 4 in this spot. So really just 2 rivals to really beat.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
For this 4-5 favorite, and that would be the 2 and the 5 as we continue to look there. Kendra Carmouche for Michelle Giangiulio and 10 Strike Racing. 4 Corners Racing owns this one as well. Was just second at this same level. 16 non-winners of 2. Beat a length and a half off a short layoff. Took the latter half of the summer off.
Did you just say 10 Strike Racing? Do you have a drink?
I did. Everyone has to take shots.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing with Morning Cup is ran okay last time out. Force Ranking came back with a huge effort after that to win. But I just don't like, also Claim from Linda Rice. So I think there's some things to be worried about, but he's the worst to beat. I just think the 2 is very interesting as a possible wire of the field.
Let's go back to JK Morning Cup, 4-5 favorite here. JK, we've seen 2 odds-on favorites already beat. We're going to make it 3 here.
Well, I mean, look, if you're one of those people that walks by the roulette wheel and it's been red, and you convince yourself that it's going to be black, then yeah, maybe that could be the case. But it's individual, right? I mean, these races aren't connected to the other ones, I don't think, you know. And so I think you have to treat them like individuals, Wolfie. And look, the 6 Morning Cup, drawn towards the outside, has the best numbers. It's one of those horses on paper that makes a lot of sense, but the style, at least of that last race that this horse ran, doesn't necessarily make you warm and fuzzy. You know, Andy points out the 2, Gun Maestro, who could be a little bit aggressive from in there. But my eyes kind of went more to the 5, Makar. A horse who's been with Michelle Giangulio for the last 3 starts, but really kind of ran the best performance in quite some time last time, breaking a little bit slow, but still running well enough. Second off of a break, you might expect another little bit of an improvement. So while I'm not trying to cut in line to toss the 6 Morning Cup, I just think that you can probably pick up some other value on the 5, Makar. But my againstness of the 6 has nothing to do with what we've seen already today.
Jonathan, you didn't say it. He didn't say it.
He didn't want to rain your parade. You said 10 strike. You stole it from Jonathan. You stole his thunder, and he was being very, very nice about it. The one thing, Jonathan, I would say, and obviously you're correct, everyone's an independent event. It's like, you know, the hot shooter in basketball. We all know that's nonsense. Is the wet track does add a hint of randomness to it, which does, I think, make the short-priced horses a little more vulnerable. Is that fair?
I think it is, but I think one of the things is that what style are those horses? You know, we did have a short price favorite last time, but it's a lightly raced younger horse. So I think there's a lot of situations that come into why favorites get beat. And, you know, you've made this point before, Andy. I just think that it's not the red, gotta be black.
Right. 3 favorites in a row losing does not increase or decrease the chances. I just think the wet track might just generally make them a little bit more vulnerable, but absolutely agree with you.
First time on a wet track for this 4-5 favorite Morning Cup. We'll see how he handles it here. Jose Ortiz will ride. This one a major potential to upset here. Makar, he's made a really nice appearance on the track. Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Favorite will load without the rider. Jose Ortiz will hop aboard momentarily. There he is. We're set for the 3rd. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
Ortiz now climbing back aboard. And we're set for the 3rd. And they're off on a quick start for Morning Cup from the extreme outside. Gun Maestro now moves right alongside to challenge, and the 2 of them hook up with Gun Maestro going on with it. Morning Cup racing in 2nd. It's a little bit funny down at the rail, and in 3rd. MB's Munning is in between horses. Makar on the outside, and with No Name trails the field in 6th. Gun Maestro by a half length. And the even money favorite Morning Cup is on the outside in 2nd through an opening quarter mile over the sloppy track in 22 and 2/5 seconds. So it's Gun Maestro by a head. Morning Cup on the outside in 2nd by a little more than a length, with MB's Munning and Makar right together 3rd and 4th. It's a little bit funny, has tailed off. With No Name is at the back as they come for the top of the stretch. On the outside, a Morning Cup, Gun Maestro in the white blinkers. And down at the rail, it's MB's Munning. Here is Morning Cup now to grab the lead. Gun Maestro continues to battle on. And then MB's Munning in 3rd. Makar is 4th. It is Morning Cup, Gun Maestro still hanging in there. Morning Cup with the lead. Gun Maestro trying to hold 2nd. Morning Cup the winner. Gun Maestro does hold 2nd over MB's Munning.
Cup odds-on favorite actually goes off at even money in the end. Does get the win here. First favorite on this card to win. And when Makar broke poorly, Morning Cup really with only 1 horse to beat.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. You said it to me right when we were watching the race. He also broke extremely well, which helped. And it made it easier for him because the horse he had to beat and the horse who ended up finishing 2nd was the actual 3rd choice, surprisingly, Gun Maestro. And, you know, if he hadn't broken that sharply and Gun Maestro had been able to sort of control a little easier, he might not have had such an easy time getting by by him in the stretch, but he was the best horse on paper. In this case, the best horse won, as is frequently the case.
6-2-3 finish. Morning Cup. Second win, 10 career starts. First off the claim win for the barn of Jose D'Angelo and Jose Ortiz. Back into the winner's circle with an even money favorite. We'll have these prices for you. First, we're going to send it back to Far Hills to Acacia and Company.
And Greg, we saw a really dominant winner in race 2 in the Harry Harris. Calico was in control every step of the way. The celebrations continue in the winner's circle as the trainer-jockey combo succeeded first couple races.
Yeah, Gordon Elliott, Jack Kennedy, they've come over with 2 nice horses so far, and I would have said at the beginning of the day they might not be their 2 best, so we've got a couple more coming. So she did that really nicely, and not that much of a surprise. I guess the surprise was they ran at her and she kicked on again, right, Liza? That would be what, watching it, that's sort of the way I picked up on it.
Yeah, definitely. She was jumping great, and then they kind of caught up to her, and she just pulled away from the field.
She was the favorite, 8-5, $5.20 winner. Chosen Judge in just his second start comes back and makes a valiant effort for second, 3-1-4. In the second, we move on to race 3. We're going 2.5 miles for 4-year-olds and upward in the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle. This is the one scratch that we had on the day. Awakened, unfortunately, out, but some talented horses will have a field of 4. And while Gordon Elliott can't win this race, Jack Kennedy could potentially win the first 3 as he will be aboard the lightly raced The Hero Next Door.
Yeah, this is sort of the next level. We saw 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. These are novices, so the race is restricted to when a horse broke its maiden. So we see the Jonathan Kaiser and the Mickey Walsh race at Saratoga. It's that same condition. They come back here. We've only got 4, but they're 4 really good ones. And Awaken Scratch mostly just because he's here. He's took a nice van ride from Maryland to New Jersey and back. But they just don't want to try him on this soft turf. We saw him run at Saratoga on firm ground, more his thing, not quite his thing. The 4 that are in, I think, are very interesting, though.
And once again, a couple of horses that have made that successful jump from flat racing to the fences.
Yeah, definitely. And with L'Imperator, you know, he ran very well on the flat with Chad Brown. And then another one who didn't run on the flat but is in for Leslie Young, who's the leading trainer, is The Hero Next Door. And I was talking to her last night about him, and she is very excited to get him back to the races. He took a little break and didn't run in the summer at Saratoga and Aqueduct. He's just a bigger type of horse, and she felt like he wasn't suited for those flat tracks, but she loves him and said he's just a cool, classy horse to be around. So she's very excited to bring him back here.
Some really interesting insight. He'll make his first start since May, and we'll see how the Hero Next Door does fare, taking on some more seasoned rivals in this race coming up. The 3rd race from Far Hills is next, the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle. People are having a great time. The party rolls on in Far Hills. More on that when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us on FS2.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law. 'Tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage with Belmont at the Big A and steeplechase racing from Far Hills, New Jersey. Back in the third here at Belmont at the Big A. Morning Cup gives Jose Ortiz 2 of the first 3 on the card and an even money favorite, first favorite of the day to win.
A very jubilant winner's circle crowd in there. Nice to see them happy with the win. Morning Cup, who I'm guessing got claimed out of the race, though we don't know for sure. Jose broke sharply, got him in good position, and that's 2 out of 3 already for Jose.
Yeah. Nice start to the Saturday card for Jose Ortiz. And Jose D'Angelo claims this one. First off to claim victory. As you said, likely going to another barn. Try and confirm that for you. Gun Maestro MB's Munning, their second and third. Pick 6 comes up next in race 4 here. 1 turn mile, $35,000 condition. Claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, and it is Guntown. Linda Rice looked pretty imposing in this spot, but it's a wet track a question.
Well, I mean, wet tracks are always a question. The horse, I mean, we ran numbers that were sort of in line on wet tracks, but did improve going to a dry track, so I think that's a decent question, and not going to be 2-1. This horse is even money looking at the doubles, so I expect her to be much, much shorter. I don't think it's that negative a drop down, Greg, because Linda claimed the horse for $50,000. She's done okay with him. I think she's more running where he belongs. I don't think it's a serious negative drop, but a drop nonetheless.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk more about that 4th race momentarily. Earlier on this morning, coverage of British Champions Day across the pond at Ascot, and what a moment in the Quip Coast Champion Stakes, Frankie Dettori, likely his final mount in Britain after 37 years in British racing. From last to first, King of Steel here on the outside. Looked like this horse was really struggling early over this course, and then this happens.
Yeah, and a big win. We'll see if it ends up being Frankie's. I feel like he could be like the Who, you know, in the midst of multiple farewell tours. But you're right, Greg. I mean, he made that rally sort of to around the 8th pole or so, and then he looked like he kind of idled a little bit. He just kept on chugging there and got it done. A nice win for them, and a nice win, obviously, an exciting win for Frankie Dettori. Even if it isn't his last race there.
Was singing his name after the post-race of the celebration. He went up to the camera and said thank you to everyone, gave kisses. What a career it's been if this is it in British racing. Just a legend.
Yeah, and he's a guy whose career transcends just running in Europe, because he's very popular over here as well. Now, obviously, he's riding Santa Anita again this winter, and he's ridden before, but for somebody that really hasn't ridden that much in this country, he's a star in the game that transcends just where he lives, you know? He's a household name in racing, and justifiably so, and a lot of character, too.
International superstar.
Yeah,
no
he's great.
One of the most popular and well-known riders in the history of this sport.
Great enthusiasm. I mean, he's been riding a long time, but he's still, you know, you still see him having that great enthusiasm for the game.
If this is, what a way to go out. You know, I tweeted earlier too, like it was reminiscent a little bit of, you know, Derek Jeter, his final game, and coming up so big in a victory in one of his final at bats. Got one final flying dismount for the fans. If this was it over in Britain, just sensational. King of Steel, trained by Roger Varian. Ammo Racing Limited, and second winner on this card for Frankie Dettori.
And Roger Varian, an excellent trainer. Maybe you don't hear his name as much as some of the other big trainers over in Europe, but a great trainer as well. And listen, people like Frankie Dettori are good for the game. He's not only an all-time great rider.
He's irreplaceable.
He's riding Zandon in the Breeders' Cup Classic,
How about that?
Which is kind of cool and, you know, not impossible. But, yeah, I mean, it just... the horse is the stars of racing, but a rider like Frankie Dettori is a star among stars.
There it is. One last dismount in Britain in a magical career for one of the all-time greats. You know, earlier on in the card, the big one, some of the big names really did not show up. And a horse who did wind up winning this race opened up to an 8-length lead early on in the Queen Elizabeth II Stakes and just never looked back.
And it seemed like the filly was making a run when Paddington, the heavy favorite, really didn't show up, and he seems to have gone the wrong way in his last couple of starts. He had a tough run earlier this year. He was running very, very well, maybe the best horse in Europe. He's tailed off significantly, but she couldn't get even close to this horse. And it's interesting. He was the favorite in the Prix-Jacques Marat at Deauville, which is one of the biggest mile races in the world. And he finished second in that race to Innsbruck, who's coming to the Breeders' Cup, either the mile or the filly and mare turf. And then he was the favorite in the very prestigious Prix de Moulin at Longchamp as well. He finished second there. It does seem like he liked the going in this race, to say the least. He was dominant.
Aggressive early ride to open up by that kind of margin. And that was it. Big Rock in the Queen Elizabeth II Stakes. Dominant performance on that soft going on our British Champions Day coverage. Hopefully you caught some of it earlier this morning. And yes, some of these names we hope to see show up. But that wet ground, too, helping the Breeders' Cup a little bit, because some of these big names passed and are going to wind up coming out to the West Coast instead.
No, that'll be interesting, where you have to assume we'll get firm turf. And our friend Maggie Wolfendale actually was there. I believe she and Tom went over there, so they were there as well.
I'll have to get a first-hand account. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Lots more coming up, including the Pick 6 when we return to Belmont at the Big A, and still the main event, and plenty more ahead from our steeplechase action at Far Hills, New Jersey. L'Imperatore back in action in the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle when we return.
And it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside. And Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on this beautiful Saturday. The sun is peeking through here at Far Hills as we are continuing on with this terrific program, the Grand National, still to come, just a few races away. But the party continuing, and all of the big names are out as Richie Migliori is standing by with a very special guest.
I'm pleased to be joined by the mayor of Far Hills, Kevin Welch. And Kevin, you just informed me you're fourth-generation resident. Your family has been kind of entrenched in Far Hills for a very long time.
Yes. I'm a fourth-generation resident in Far Hills. I think this event is just a wonderful event. They also have deep history in Far Hills, and we live literally right across the street from the event. It stimulates the economy, brings a lot of people into the Far Hills, and you let them know what a beautiful section of Somerset County Far Hills is, which we treasure, and we welcome all our guests.
It really is a crown jewel. You kind of turn down the road, and it's this bucolic setting, and the horses and the enthusiasm of the people. This is your first one as mayor, though. How has that been?
It's been great. You know, I'm glad the weather cleared out. We were worried about having some bad weather. Obviously, the wind has also died down for a little bit, so I'm just glad everybody's here and enjoying themselves.
How many years have you been attending the races here?
20 plus.
And it really is. This is my second year, and I hope that someday I can say I've been here 20 plus years.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for taking time to talk with us. And guys, you meet all kinds of dignitaries here.
Richie, thank you. So special to have Kevin Lush here. We got a chance to meet him and his family coming up on the set, and it really is amazing. They've rolled out the red carpet, and as we touched on at the top of the show, this is such a special event for the community, too.
No, that part of it. The horse races are obviously what attracts us and why I've been coming longer than the mayor. I was here in 1978 at least. But to see the community come out, and it's a fundraiser for the hospital, and they have the Steeplechase Cancer Center, which all this benefits, that's fantastic that you can marry sort of the sport with this community event. And I would imagine Far Hills is a much quieter town not on this day. You know, I've never been here not on this day, but I would imagine it's a nice, peaceful place to be the mayor of.
And Liza, Far Hills, this day has continued to support a lot of charitable organizations in the area too. It's a lot of fun, but it's also for some good causes as well.
Definitely, and last night I got to meet some people from the community, and they had a nice cocktail party last night for the connections, and got to meet some local people, so it was great to just learn a little bit more about the community and, you know, how much they love this event and look forward to it every year.
It's a beautiful area. It took me about an hour to get from New York City this morning, so pretty easy to come here as well. And actually I had a lot of friends. I was telling them I was coming today, and they said, oh, wow, you're going to the hunt. I've always wanted to go, or I had friends that go. So a great opportunity, a great way to spend a Saturday. As we turn our attention to the third race coming up, the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle. Again, this is 4-year-olds and upward, kind of up to the next level of what we've been seeing so far. Pretty evenly matched on the board right now, Joe.
Yeah, wild to see. I don't do math, but to see them all 2-1 is kind of, it seems impossible, and 1 5-2. But yeah, it's a cool race. The couple lightly raced horses to me are interesting, but they'll be tested. 2.5 miles, 13 jumps. It's just a different kind of a race. That Aban was a very good horse on the flat. He's only run twice over jumps, you know, and you would think his experience at some point, inexperience, is going to catch up to him. The Hero Next Door, 2 for 2 with falls the next time at the Iroquois. They put him away to come here. He's a front runner, which we just saw a front runner last the whole way. You know, taking on a couple other horses with more experience, maybe not as brilliant, but that's the fun of it.
I remember seeing Aban quite a few times when Todd Pletcher had him, and he was a bit of a tricky horse. He actually dropped Louis Sias several times in the post parade before his races a few times. So I wonder if he's calmed down a little bit now as he's gotten a bit older as a 6-year-old. But Liza, sometimes we'll see horses in the warm-ups. They're very strong. They're eager getting out there and getting ready to run their races.
Definitely, but the jockeys give them a good warm-up and kind of get them settled. Sometimes show them a fence just to get their mind focused. So very excited to see this race. I was hoping to get a better price on the Hero Next Door, but 9 to 5, not too much of a price. I talked to Leslie yesterday, and she just loves this horse, so I think he'll be my pick.
Yeah, seems like some other people have heard some stories as well about that. The Grand National still to come. Unfortunately, we will not see last year's winner, but Hewitt left us with a great impression and a wonderful story in last year's Grand National. Richie standing by with his trainer.
So pleased to be joined here by the one and the only Shark Hanlon. Shark, you came here last year with Hewitt and took the money, and it seems like you had a good time because you don't have a runner today, but you're here to enjoy the festivities.
I came back to see everyone. They were so good to me last year, I decided that we had to come back again, and it was great. Listen, what this done for me last year, for the horse, for racing in Ireland, for racing over here, it's after being like there was great stories come out of it. We even brought him into the pub after, so we did. I think you've seen that on the TVs. When we brought him home, there was hundreds and thousands of people there to welcome him home. Do you think you're after winning the Gold Cup? And so listen, this year we're giving him a break. I'm going to train him for a Gold Cup in Cheltenham in March, but I have no doubt but he'll be here next year. My big plan is to come home next year for this race again.
So the plan will be get that Gold Cup, and then come here for this in the fall?
Well, listen, he ran such a good race in the Gold Cup last year. He fell at the last, just unlucky. But, I'm going to try and go back for a Gold Cup and then come here. And let him win or lose, you'll see him next year.
Well, we really look forward to that. Shark, the weather's great now, but the course is a bit demanding. It seems like it's on the softer side. Horses are struggling. Do you think that gives the European horses a bit of an advantage?
I think without a doubt. You have a lot of good horses here, Merrymaker, Snap Decision, but I think the soft ground will probably suit the two Irish horses, and I can see the two of them battling it out up the straight. Now, don't ask me which will win, because they're two good horses, two right good horses, but listen, anything can happen. In racing, anything can happen. I'd love to see the Merrymaker coming up the hill and winning to be brilliant, just brilliant.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time. It's really nice to see you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Guys, the one and only Shark Hanlon.
What a treat to get a chance to hear from him, Richie. Thank you. Yeah, and that video of when he brought Hewick into the pub, circling around on social media, was so fun. It was like the start of a joke. A horse walks into a bar, and it was really fun to see.
Why the long face?
Yeah.
Right? No, it was a great story last year, and clearly, yeah, they made an impression to see him come back without a runner just to sort of enjoy the day. And he's got some Irish friends with some horses in, and I'm sure he shared a little bit of what it would take to win. And he did say he's coming back next year, though. We might have to get him in the Far Hill. We met the mayor. Maybe they can take him into a Far Hills pub next year.
That would be fun. Yeah, that would definitely be fun. I know Richie found a bagel shop a little ways away. Not quite the same thing, but I'm sure we could figure something out. We look forward to potentially seeing last year's Grand National winner, Hewick, coming back next year. We have the third race coming up from Far Hills, though, the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle up next from Far Hills. 7-5 right now on the lightly race, the hero next door, Jack Kennedy, looking for his third win today. We'll see if that gelding is ready to roll off a bit of that layoff for trainer Leslie Young. We'll take a quick time out. More live racing to come from Far Hills and Belmont at the Big A. The sun is shining. You can continue to watch on FS1. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. Turn over to FS1 for live coverage of the upcoming Foxbrook Champion Hurdle live from Far Hills. Keisha Clement, Joe Clancy, Liza Hendricks, Richard Migliori live with you from Far Hills, New Jersey. We'll see you on FS1.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
We watched his career. You know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for the 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition. You know, it's fun.
Victoria. The Vanderbilt.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
watching America's Day at the Races. Welcome to our viewers just joining us on Fox Sports 1. Our program brought to you by America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We are coming to you live from Far Hills, New Jersey, Orland Farm, as we have the Grand National coming up a little bit later on today. The hunt, the party, taking place live at Far Hills. I'm Acacia Kamal, pleased to be joined by Joe Clancy and Liza Hendricks. Richard Migliori reporting with us as well. The sun is shining. It's turned out to be a beautiful day now, Joe, as of course we're looking forward to that Grand National coming up. We have the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle as our first order of business.
Yeah, they're lining up for Hector Soler to starter here. 4-horse race, novice horses going 2.5 miles. We've seen two really demanding races at 2 1/8. They stretch out and go 2.5 here.
And Liza, I know you had interest in the Hero Next Door lightly race, and this horse is taking so much money as they get ready to line up.
I did, Acacia. I was hoping to get a better price. He was 4-1 morning line, but he's 3-2 now. Leslie Young trains him, leading trainer, and she just really likes him.
Here's Larry Colmus with the call of the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle.
Wastes no time and goes immediately to the front. Cool Jet is away in second over the first fence. A break of another 3 lengths more back to L'Imperator, and Aban is last of this quartet. So on to the second fence of 13, and it is the Hero Next Door who takes them over there. A half length ahead of Cool Jet on the outside second. L'Imperator is 4 lengths off the lead, coasting along in third as they come down this dip, with Aban and Bernie Dalton at the back of the field. So Jack Kennedy, who's won the first 2 races today, will try to make it 3 in a row with front-running the Hero Next Door, who leads the way with still 11 fences to go. On top by 2 to Cool Jet in second. Imperator is third, and Aban is fourth. So they come into the stretch for the first time, led by the Hero Next Door, who continues to make the pace here, coming to fence number 3. The Hero Next Door will take them over there first from Cool Jet. And toward the inside, it is Aban and L'Imperator. The Hero Next Door on top. 1.5 lengths to Cool Jet. L'Imperator is third, and Aban is fourth as they approach the fourth. The Hero Next Door, and an early pressure move from Cool Jet to quicken things up. And Cool Jet has moved up alongside of the Hero Next Door and takes over the lead as they move into that turn. And then comes L'Imperator and Aban, as we do have a new leader, Cool Jet. And Graham Waters have taken charge here. Is Cool Jet now the pacemaker? Jack Kennedy has taken the Hero Next Door back into second as they head to the backstretch. And then a break of 2 to L'Imperator and Aban. Cool Jet cruises over there with a 2-length lead. The Hero Next Door is second. L'Imperator and Aban, last of this fearsome foursome that heads over fence number 6. So it is now Cool Jet the leader and in the clear by 2. The Hero Next Door content to settle back in second position, going over that fence. Aban is getting a bit closer to L'Imperator and is still 5 lengths off of Cool Jet. So they make their way into the turn there, and down the dip they come. Cool Jet on top, 3/4 length from the Hero Next Door. L'Imperator is third. Aban continues to race 4 lengths off the lead in fourth. So they'll come into the stretch for the second time and make one more lap here as Cool Jet and Graham Waters have the early lead here. From the Hero Next Door in second, L'Imperator is third, and Aban is fourth. So the next fence will be number 8 of 13. And it is Cool Jet. Cool Jet up and over there on top. And then the Hero Next Door 2 lengths behind. Aban is right alongside of L'Imperator now. They're third and fourth. L'Imperator sticks his head back into third. And Aban is 4 lengths behind front-running Cool Jet over the 9th fence. Cool Jet from the Hero Next Door, Aban and L'Imperator as they race for the turn for the final time. Cool Jet on top by 3/4 length. Aban has got a bit closer now, but is back running in third position just to the inside of the Hero Next Door as L'Imperator is last. So they make their way to the backstretch here, and the Hero Next Door has recaptured the lead. On top by a half a length to Cool Jet in second. Bon made a bit of a mistake there and lost third to L'Imperator as they continue up these backstretch fences. And now Cool Jet has dropped back, and here comes Bon. Here comes Bon to challenge the Hero Next Door. And now they're right together with just 2 fences remaining. The Hero Next Door and Bon. Over there together, L'Imperator is next. Cool Jet is fourth. Around the turn they go. It is the Hero Next Door on the inside, and Bon and Bernie Dalton right alongside in second. The two of them are now noses apart. They've got 1 fence to go, and they've opened up on L'Imperator in third. So here we come to the final fence of the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle. The Hero Next Door and Bon. These two will decide it, and they go over there together. Bon outside. Cutting the corner is the Hero Next Door. They are together on the lead. L'Imperator is third. Up the hill they come. The Hero Next Door inside. Bon on the outside. Bon takes the lead. It's Bon in front, close to home from the Hero Next Door in second. Bon and Bernie Dalton did it by 2.5 lengths on the wire. And then it was the Hero Next Door in second, and third will be L'Imperator.
Bon with the victory over the Hero Next Door for the husband and wife team of Kate Dalton and Bernie Dalton. As you could see, Bernie had a lot of horse in his hands.
Yeah, we touched on it. His flat form is so good. It's just a lot to ask. You would think coming here, very inexperienced. He ran at Colonial Downs, which are, you know, short, fast races, and this is a long, anything but short and fast. Long, grinded out, but really nice horse. Flat connections hung on to him, took him jumping, and then look what he could do. Very cool. And the lone American bred will take charge, putting it to the Irish breds here.
He was very impressive today, and it's just great to see for Bernie and Kate, husband and wife duo, and they do so much hands-on, and they're both very involved. We actually saw them last year with Down Royal. They won in Saratoga, the AP Smithwick. So great to see them doing well again this year.
A nice victory from Bon, as Joe mentioned, still co-owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, as this horse just won his first race over the jumps last time out and now picks up the victory in the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle. We welcome in Greg Wolf and Andy Sterling live with us at Belmont at the Big A as the races from New York continue. Guys, we're happy to report the sun is shining here, a little bit breezy, but as you can see, the racing is great and there's a lot more to come.
Yeah, Keisha, thank you. Obviously, that big one, that American Grand National, still ahead on that coverage from Far Hills. Greg Wolf, Andy Sterling with you here in our studio. Belmont at the Big A in South Ozone Park, New York. We have the Pick 6 coming up. Our card began 2 big upsets, 2 odds-on favorites beat. Finally, an even money favorite winning the third race.
And we've got a heavy favorite in the fourth. It is the one to beat, the 6 Guntown, going out for Linda Rice, 7-5. Probably drops down closer to even money by post time. I'm going to try to beat him, though, with a 7 Jesters song.
Don't look now. Linda Rice, 5 meet titles on this circuit. Obviously tied Chad Brown at Saratoga to keep that streak alive as we look at today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Just 3 back now of Chad Brown with 6 days remaining in this meet. Now she's got the 7-5 favorite here in race number 4 to try and get within 2. That, of course, would be Guntown here in this 4th race. It kicks off the Pick 6. What's ahead, presented by Claiborne, as mentioned. We are sloppy, no turf racing today. You can play all the action by going to NYRABets.com. Get that $200 deposit sign-up bonus and a $25 free play when you punch in that code right there, Cup25 at sign-up. So a chance for Linda Rice to get to within 2 wins of the meet's leading trainer, Chad Brown here. She was chasing them all Saratoga long, and now in chase mode here again at Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, it's become clear with Linda, she's not going away. She's not, you know, firing all these bullets and ending up with none. Also, to be fair, in the Chad Brown side, we've had so much rain here, lost so many turf races. It's obviously made a struggle, and it's impressive how well he's done at this meet and continued to do well. But we'll see. And for Chad, he's got to always be looking in the rearview mirror for Linda Rice. He didn't lose the meet to her, but I know they're all competitive, and you want to be the winner.
And it was in the most dramatic fashion possible. Final race of the meet that Linda Rice was able to tie Chad Brown and share training title honors at Saratoga to keep that streak alive. 5 on the circuit is just remarkable, and we'll see what Guntown can do here. Certainly the 6 horse, Guntown, is the horse to beat in here. You made a case, though, for the 7 here, Jester Song.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Guntown's a major negative drop down. Linda claimed the horse for $50,000. She's running him where he can win, but his form's tailed off a little bit. Still the one to beat. With Jester's Song, he has to get back to his best races, and he was claimed from Linda Rice, which is not an easy thing to do and be successful. But Rossi DePaz, very good off the claim and very good stretching horses out. And this was a pedigree to suggest that he should be able to stretch out, even though he's never gone the mile distance. But the reason that I like him is that he was planted on a rail that I thought was dead last time out for the majority of the running of the race, and I still thought he ran a respectable race. And I believe if he wasn't on the rail, he would have won, maybe gotten a buyer figure closer to 78 to 80, and it would have made him look more competitive in here. If he can stretch out successfully and handle the track, I think he's a player, but I don't take Guntown lightly. He's the worst to beat.
And, you know, there's Jester Song again, the 7 horse, and he's in the past shown ability to be forward and be on the lead. Blinkers come off. You do see a bullet, quickest of 57 move workout in the morning leading up to this. So we're going to see with Kendrick Carmouche, an aggressive rider, him be more forwardly placed. I guess the primary other speed is on the rail, right, with Devil's Key?
Devil's Key, and I think Anthracite has some speed potentially as well, but Devil's Key is probably the speed. But I think it's a very good point. I think you're going to see Kendrick look to get position early. I look at the time form pace projector I like a lot. That has him well back in the field. I think you're right, though. I think he's going to be much more forward in here. At least I hope he is. I hope he's forward during the race, and I hope he's very forward at the finish.
9-2 on Jester's Song. We'll see if he can turn that form around, but no question it is Guntown the one to beat. And you brought up Anthracite, too. That was actually a sneaky big figure that he ran in that last out effort at Saratoga, even though he finished 4th.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was helped by being close to a moderate pace, and the race was on wire to wire. But I thought he's run fine. He's got some back racer good enough off the claim for Michelle Nevin, who's not great off the claim, but she's Michelle Nevin, and she's an excellent trainer.
Pick 6, it begins here. Jose Ortiz, he's already won 2 on this card this afternoon. He's teaming up with Linda Rice on the favorite, trying to give him a 3rd today on Guntown. The 6, we go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Field of 9, getting ready to go the flat mile here at Aqueduct, and we're waiting for the outside 2, Born a Gambler and Complete Agenda. Born a Gambler goes in, and Complete Agenda will complete the field. This race begins the pick 6, and we are ready to go. And they're off. Guntown broke well. Jester's Song is there. Down towards the inside, it is a Laughing Boy, and Born a Gambler is up close as they race up the chute, head for the backstretch. Jester's Song and Laughing Boy. They are 1-2 with the favorite Guntown just in behind and in 3rd. Devil's Key is down at the rail in 4th. Born a Gambler on the outside 5th. Then comes Anthracite in 6th, 4 lengths from the front. Rock the Weekend is next in 7th, followed by Winning Connection. And it's a big break back to Complete Agenda. The quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. And the leader is a Laughing Boy. Laughing Boy by a length. Jester's Song second by a neck. Devil's Key is down at the rail, half and 46 and 2. Guntown is in between horses. To his outside is Born a Gambler. Laughing Boy holding the lead here by a length and a half. Then comes a Guntown who's advancing in between horses. Guntown takes second. Down at the rail is a Devil's Key. Then comes Jester's Song. Anthracite is looking for a way through. On the far outside is Winning Connection as the field heads for home. It is Laughing Boy and Guntown with Winning Connection continuing to gain on the outside. Guntown has come away with the lead. Laughing Boy is back running in 2nd. Then Winning Connection in 3rd, followed by Anthracite and Devil's Key. Here is Guntown, and here is Jose Ortiz with his 3rd win today. Laughing Boy 2nd, Winning Connection was 3rd.
3-win day through 4 races for rider Jose Ortiz, and now Linda Rice 2 back in the training standings with her 19th win of the meet.
And sat a good trip. Jose got that good position early and just grounded out, proved to be the best horse in the race. No great surprise, 6-5 for a reason, the right price and the right winner. I talk a lot about how random I find David Jacobson's horses, both positively and negatively. And I think that Laughing Boy ran very well to be second, was extremely game down to the wire at 16-1. Nowhere in his form does it really suggest, I mean, I guess a couple races going way back, he's supposed to be forwardly placed. He's not a horse that's shown to move up on wet tracks before. He's run mediocrely on the dirt. His last race for David Jacobson, a complete no-show at Delaware, and just a different horse today. I mean, if you had him, I tip my hat to you, but I don't know how you look at the PPs and you think the 2 looks like the kind of horse that might wire this field.
Hard one to make, especially being that forward. The most perplexing thing about it. 6-5 favorite over 16-1, 6-2-3-5 here in the fourth.
And you were very right about the point you made about the 7, Jester Song, who looked to be forward, and only the speed of the 2 kept me in front. He ended up not running particularly well, but he was forwardly placed.
In the end, though, it's Guntown. 6-5 favorite to kick off this Saturday pick 6. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, and Robert Bruno, your winning connections, a gun runner here in these sloppy conditions. While the prices in a moment, let's go back to Far Hills.
Well, Greg, a few moments ago in the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle, we saw a Bond, the son of Will Take Charge, get the victory as Joe, he had just recently switched to running over hurdles just as recently as April, running in the Pan American flat races. He's definitely found his form.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubting his ability based on the company he was keeping. And again, he was running on the flat in April. So he had never jumped, well, maybe he jumped over something in the Shed Row, right? I don't know. But he hadn't jumped over anything competitively before April. Bernie and Kate Dalton are in South Carolina. They obviously taught him to jump. Got a nice horse, got his maiden win at Colonial Downs, and they didn't go to any. They were non-winners of 2 races they could have taken a chance in, and they come here for the bigger money, much tougher race, and dominate. He ran really well, and again, we've been talking soft turf all day, and this horse bred to run on the dirt, right? Will Take Charge out of a Tappet mare. He's not supposed to be. He became a turf horse, but he probably wasn't even destined to that, and now he's running 2.5 miles over jumps.
You never know how they might turn out and where they'll find their spot, as he went off 9-5 as well. But Liza, he picked some talented horses in here.
Yes, very impressive. And as we spoke about before, Leslie thought very highly of the hero next door. So for Bernie and Kate to get that done and get that victory, you know, he's a very impressive horse. And as we talked about earlier, it's so cool to see good turf horses become good steeplechase horses.
Taking a look at the 4th race coming up in the P-Pack. This is for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. And we see Met in Miami and Say Goodbye both taking quite a bit of attention, as Bernie and Kate Dalton could potentially win another one.
Yeah, going up against Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy. So this is filly and mare hurdle. We've seen the other divisions. I would say Goodbye would have been the best bet of the day, but as the Irish won the first 2, maybe I don't know. Maybe we don't know anything now. I would say she wouldn't have looked out of place in the Grand National, and she picks a nice cozy spot here against fillies and mares.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see the spotting too, and that's the challenge of a trainer, is finding the right situation for your horse, which ones could potentially come over here and which could handle the going and that competition.
Definitely, and I had landed on Say Goodbye as well. I think she'll appreciate the ground here as it has been very soft, and she's just a very consistent mare. She's done very well recently. My younger brother Parker actually worked her earlier in the week and said that she was just very impressive. Jack Kennedy thinks very highly of her as well. I spoke to him last night, and he said that this was the horse that he thought he had the best bet of the day on, and he's already won 2.
We'll see if that trend continues, and we'll see if we'll see him in the winner's circle once again. The P-Pack for fillies and mares coming up next. We'll head back to Belmont at the Big A. Check back in with Greg and Andy.
All right, thanks. She'll be exciting to watch. She's going to concede up to as many as 23 pounds to some of the rivals in that field, in that P-Pack. Jose Ortiz, what a day he's having. 3 wins, and if not for a bad start, a couple of races back out of the gate, he'd be 4 for 4 right now.
You're right. He should be 4 for 4 in this race. Now, you know, the first horse was actually a big price, but you're right. He should be 4 for 4. So let's put the hex on him, as we always do when we go through and look at how live he is. He's got the 5th off. He's on a live first during the 6 and the 7 JD Factor. He is on Brooklyn Diamonds, who's the morning line favorite in race 7. Race number 8, he's on a horse I like, Cascals, so that horse has no chance. And he doesn't look like he's in the last race.
Up next, late pick 5, so certainly a chance to add a few more already with a big day 3 at this point and counting. 1 turn mile coming up in race 5 to start this late pick 5. $16,000 claiming race, 6-5 current favor right now. That's the 9 Durkin's call. Not a wide open race though, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a tough horse to take at a super short price. You know, we understand why the earlier horse was heavily favored, and I do think he's the horse to beat. He ran well. Speed and the rail were good last time. He made an outside move, but he's not a winning type. He's 6 for 58 with 9 seconds and 10 thirds. He's just a horse that has trouble getting his picture taken, and not the kind of horse you want to take a super short price on, albeit the horse to beat.
More on this first leg of this late pick 5. When we come back, we're also going to talk Breeders' Cup right around the corner, that classic division. Looks like it is prime for a 3-year-old to reclaim the big prize at championship weekend this year. Could it be our Belmont Stakes Travers double winner, Arcangelo? We'll shine the Breeders' Cup spotlight on him and his trainer, Jenna Antonucci, next.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
Everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave, so it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Forum.
Proud to have Claiborne as a sponsor. Can't talk about the history of the sport without mentioning what they have done in this game. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We're getting set for the Late Pick 5 coming up on our Saturday card here at Belmont at the Big A in South Ozone Park. And it's a one-turn mile, again, $16,000 claiming race, so all for sale for that price. And we were talking about, this is a lot of money on the 9 Durkins calling a race where no one should probably be this short a price.
I agree, Greg, and he's and he is the horse to beat, and he ran well in his last start. He's in good form for Rob Atras. I am not denying it, but he's not a winning type. When you see a horse, he's a 7-year-old that's 6 for 58, 9 seconds, 10 thirds. It's not like he's been a big price in all of these races. He is a horse that is camera shy, as we like to say, and just not a winning type. So I have no argument. Go ahead.
There he is. He's run fine on wet tracks, but the fact remains he's 0 for 13 on off tracks.
No, I think that's a very, very valid point with just 2 seconds and 1/3. So for a horse that has basically been second or third in close to a third of his races, he's underachieved on wet tracks. Now, I didn't go through them all and see if he's run worse.
You think his trainer has a horse running somewhere else?
He's got that look. He's got a little, I like this. We got a little snap going on there from Rob.
We'll have to find out if he got the win.
Lean? We need a lean. We get a lean? Their guys are very stoic. You can't go to break until we see how he
got
did.
it. I think he got it.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
3-2 favorite. Can he get another one here coming up to start this Late Pick 5 here at Belmont at the Big A? We'll be back with more on our Fox Sports coverage right after this.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
and Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside. Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on our FS1 coverage. So glad to have you with us on what's actually now turned out to be a lovely Saturday afternoon. The sun shining, at least from where I am here in Far Hills, New Jersey. But excited to take a little look at the Breeders' Cup Classic picture. As we've been doing for the last several weeks, we're happy to welcome in for our weekly update trainer Jenna Antonucci joining us, who has continued to be so accommodating with her time. And Jenna Arcangelo out at Santa Anita had a recent workout on Sunday. How's he doing? And more importantly, how are you doing as well?
Everyone is well. Thank you for asking. And obviously we've got some nice sunshine here as well today too, Acacia.
And as far as that most recent workout does go for Arcangelo, we saw him go a minute flat for 5 furlongs, and it really seems like he settled in nicely to Santa Anita.
He has. It was, structured to be more serious work for obviously our hopeful goals that we've got here for the Classic. So he was quite accommodating with that. Robert, his regular Robert, was super pleased with what and how, and came back from it great. And so very pleased with where we're sitting.
He's a horse that seems like, as we're taking a look at the video of him on the round pen, he's a good feeling horse too. And I know that you joked with me before the Travers that Robert needed an oxygen tank to hold him in the morning sometimes. Is that just always how he's been?
It is, thankfully. And, Robert's quote, is just the same every day on the track. And so super grateful to have a horse that just shows up and loves to do the job. And, if Robert comes back below in a little bit, I know that we're in a good spot.
The big story this year, as we've touched on, is, of course, with the 3-year-olds taking on older. It'll be the first time for Arcangelo to face older horses, but he's already shown an affinity for distance, so that's not a question. Can you talk a little bit about some of the new challenges that he might be facing in taking on the older company?
I think more than anything, it's recognizing how the surface and how the track plays and understanding, the cruising speed's probably gonna be a tick higher than what we've been appreciating in maybe other distance races. And so I think that's really the biggest focus for us more than anything, is understanding what we're running against, the surface, how this racetrack typically plays. Everyone's gonna have to run on the same surface, and he's settled in great to it. He's training great, carrying a lovely cadence every day. And so our focus is making sure, that our foundation is where it is and that we understand what our cruising speed's gonna need to be.
And we can't wait to see him. And it's really coming up quickly for us now, just a couple weeks away as we're coming towards the end of October. What will be the plans for him going into next week, kind of the last big preparations, so to speak?
We haven't tightened the exact plan yet for our last big body of work, but we'll start to have that conversation in the next couple of days, and we really, fine tune before we kind of cruise into the race. But he'll train regularly as we have been. We'll have one more big serious work for him, and then we'll adjust any sales accordingly after that.
Well, Jenna, cannot say thank you enough, as always, for taking the time. We look forward to continuing to follow along with the journey with Arcangelo, and thank you again for allowing all of us to follow along with you.
Thank you. It's great to see you.
Talk to you soon, Jenna. Thank you so much again for joining us. Trainer Jenna Antonucci sending out Arcangelo, prepping for the Breeders' Cup Classic, of course, winner of the Belmont Stakes and the Travers this summer. We'll have more from Far Hills when we come back. It's time for the P-Pack for fillies and mares. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets. We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. Good to have you with us. Late pick 5 coming up. It's been some tricks for a lot of people early on in the card with some odds-on favorites defeated.
And the public's starting to agree with our assessment that you don't want to make the number 9 Durkin's Call too short a price. And it's always convenient when you have Irad Ortiz to bet, who's got Cool Quartet, and we'll see if he can make up the gap on Durkin's Call, who I think ran much better than he did last time out. This race, you know, changed a lot when the 2-to-1 favorite, morning line favorite, Prince of Pharaoh, scratched. But still, and I picked the 242 ace, so I'm hoping is the controlling speed here. I would never bet him at 7-2. I thought, you know, David Argona had him 12-1 as the morning line favorite. Even with the scratch, he's supposed to be 8-1. And now he's 7-2, and I know that you like him a little bit too, but Greg, to me, that's just way too short.
It's surprising how much money he's taking. He's got speed. He's drawn the rail as well, and he does have a couple of wins on and off track as we get set to start our pick 5. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, well, look, I like the 242 ace in here. And look, the first time we talked about a horse that was owned by 10 Strike, it was a little bit earlier in the day, right? It's a little bit later now, and so I think it's a little bit more appropriate to say 10 Strike a couple of times in here. I thought it was a little early last time. 42 ace to me feels like a horse that could make the lead if they're aggressively sent away from there. This horse has been aggressively used in the past. You look at the past performances, they either make the lead or they're involved in a pace that has very fast pace figures. And I think on a racetrack like this, a sloppy racetrack, where the kickback, I think, can be a little bit more intense on a racetrack like this rather than a fast racetrack, I think being on the front end is a huge advantage. Not to mention dirt racing in general, being on the front end is a huge advantage, and I think that 42 ace will take advantage of that. I understand why people are interested in the 8 and the 9, the 8 Cool Quartet and the 9 Durkin's Call, but both those horses come from off of it. And at short prices, there's a lot of things that aren't in their favor necessarily.
All right, JK, thanks. Yeah, especially with that inside post drawn with this one right here. You got to think Kendrick is going to try and be as aggressive as possible. Can the 1 don't be late put pressure on?
No, not if the 2 runs his race. The 2's pretty quick. I think you're right. The 1 is the other horse in here, so it's not impossible. But I mean, I got to think he's in a position that he can try to bottom the field out. He is not a horse that you want to try to get brave. When he wins, he seems to be able to control the whole way. And you're right, the one is the other that can be close to him. I like 42 Ace, but to me, 3-1 is a dramatic underlay, and I'm not betting him at that price.
And meanwhile, it's Cool Quartet, the 8, who's become the favorite. Let's go upstairs. We kick off this late pick 5 of the Saturday card with this $16,000 claiming 1-turn mile. John Imbrial, the call.
Waiting now for Dates Freedom and Goldini. And we're set for race 5. And they're off. Cool Quartet away well. Don't Be Late is right there. Lord Gatling is up close, and from the rail, there goes 42 Ace. On the outside, it is Durkin's Call along with Goldini. Now we've got 5 of them vying for the lead as they cross over from the chute to the main track. 42 Ace closest to the rail. Don't Be Late is racing in second. Durkin's Call up close and in third. Cool Quartet next in fourth, followed by Goldini on the far outside in fifth. Then comes Dates Freedom in sixth, followed by Lord Gatling, who's at the fence, and a break of 4 to Hang Tight, who trails the field in eighth. The quarter in 23 and 1/5 seconds. So it's Don't Be Late on the outside and 42 Ace on the inside. And the two of them are heads apart for the lead. Durkin's Call sitting just off of them in third. They begin the run around the far turn, opening half mile in 46 and 3/5 seconds. Durkin's Call ranging up on the outside. Don't Be Late is in between horses. 42 Ace is down at the rail. Goldini is just in behind and running in a fourth. Cool Quartet is next in fifth, followed by Lord Gatling, who is advanced up into sixth. They are at the quarter pole. 42 Ace, Durkin's Call. Durkin's Call has the lead. 42 Ace back in second. Cool Quartet continues to gain on the outside. So it's Durkin's Call and Cool Quartet. Cool Quartet takes the lead from Durkin's Call with a 16th out, and it will be Cool Quartet drawing away here at the end. Cool Quartet, a 3-length winner. Durkin's Call was second. Goldini finished third.
Rad Ortiz Jr. winless yesterday, winless through the first 4 on this Saturday card, back into the winner's circle here for Orlando Noda.
Got a very good trip by Irad, was able to get the job done, and Irad saw his brother win 3 and said, wait a minute. Wait a minute, what's going on around here? Gets the win with him, and Durkin's Call finished. You know, he looked like he was a winner, and Manny Franco gave that confident look behind him look, and that was it. But get the feeling that Durkin's Call finished exactly where he likes to finish.
Yeah, well, it's these two guys battling for this riding title. They were in a tie coming into this race, and now Rad Ortiz Jr. goes 1 up on the runner-up there, Manny Franco on Durkin's Call. Cool Quartet, 5 wins now from 13 starts on an off track.
Yeah, he's sort of the opposite of some of the others, right? You mentioned that with 42 Ace. Well, the other thing about 42 Ace was, first of all, I'm sorry, picking winners is one thing, but if you don't, to me, anyone taking 5-2 on 42 Ace was just ridiculous. I mean, this is a horse that's not supposed to be under 5-1 in this race. And he was an underlay. And once he couldn't control the race, he's not a fighter. But this horse gets it done. Convincing winner.
Wins at 2-1. Slight second choice on the board to start this late pick 5. Let's head back to our steeplechase action at Far Hills.
And Greg, we have the P-Pack coming up next for the fillies and mares. And Joe, right now we're seeing all the attention going to Say Goodbye as she'll make the second start of her 2023 season and could just be the best horse in this group.
Yeah, she's pretty well meant. I mean, if you were trying to pick Gordon Elliott's best horses coming over here, she would have been right there. But he's already won 2 with 2 other horses. She's just done more than the American horses. And she just, to me, stands out. She carries a ton of weight. That's what's going to sort of maybe level the playing field, but she deserves all that. I don't know. Gold Charm, a horse for Cyril Murphy, is probably the best of the Americans, I think, have a chance. But Gordon's horse is going to be very tough to catch.
And Joe, as we saw them galloping past us, we both noticed how Met in Miami looked great.
Yeah.
So maybe Bernie and Kate Dalton, that duo, maybe they can have a double. She just looked great and was moving over the ground really well as well. She is by Upstart out of a Quiet American mare.
We'll be saying goodbye to our viewers on Bally Sports. Stay with us on FS1. The P-Pack coming up next. America's Day at the Races continuing here. The P-Pack for fillies and mares coming up. We discussed Say Goodbye, who is currently the favorite. Guys, we touched on briefly Met in Miami. You liked how she looked on the track. Are there others that you think could potentially pull an upset in this spot?
The Gold Charm, to me, is the only likely American upsetter. She's done some nice running. She's Irish bred, ought to handle the ground. I'd go out on a limb and say maybe it's not as soft as we thought it was going to be, but I'll bet the jocks come back and say it's very tiring, and that's what you're going to see horses doing.
She's another one that caught my eye as well, and she's coming in off of 2 wins at Colonial, which is a different track configuration. It's a flat course, so we'll see if she likes the hills here. But she did have that 1 second at Malvern, so it should be okay for her.
Lining up for the P-Pack, here's Larry Colmus with the call.
In front, opening up the lead by 2. Say Goodbye is running along in second. Dura follows in third. Right Tempo, fourth in behind them, and just clear of who follows in fifth, about 5 lengths on. The Twist is next, and then toward the back of the pack are Met in Miami and Gold Charm. So the field is making their way toward the clubhouse turn. Bella Coola, the lead, top by 2. With Say Goodbye running along in second as they head to the backstretch fences here. These two are 1-2. It is Bella Coola in front. Say Goodbye tracking in second. A length clear of Dura, who's third to the outside. Right Tempo follows in fourth by another 2. Then comes Lacey Underall in fifth, followed by Met in Miami on the inside. So they continue their journey up the backstretch and in pursuit of Bella Coola, who goes over that fence in front. Bella Coola on top from Say Goodbye in second, and then it's Right Tempo toward the inside in third. Dura is fourth to the outside. Met in Miami is just in behind them, followed by Gold Charm and Lacey Underall. Bella Coola on top as the field makes their way around the turn. And in front over the favorite, Say Goodbye, who continues to track in second position. So these two are in the clear from Right Tempo in third, who's got 3 lengths to make up. Dura is fourth to the outside. Miami follows in fifth. Then comes Can You Do the Twist, sixth on the outside, followed by another 2-length gap back to Gold Charm and Lacey Underall. So for the next time around, and it is on the Bella Coola and Say Goodbye to the outside with Right Tempo taking them in third position in the clear from Dura fourth. So they come to the next fence here. It is fence number 7 of 11, and Bella Coola is the leader. From Say Goodbye in second, Right Tempo is third, Dura is fourth to the outside. Met in Miami follows in fifth. And Can You Do the Twist? Lacey Underall to the outside at the rear of the field. So around that clubhouse turn in, going to the backstretch in pursuit of Bella Coola. And Jack Kennedy continue to race right up alongside, and the two of them are together as they come to the backstretch fences here. Say Goodbye on the outside. Bella Coola near the rail. Right Tempo is third, just in behind them. Met in Miami is fourth. Dura fifth to the outside. And Can You Do the Twist going over that jump? Gold Charm is next, and Lacey Underall. So up the backstretch they go to fence number 9. Say Goodbye, battling it out here with Bella Coola, and they're right together in Right Tempo is third, sticking with the top two as they come to this final backstretch fence and make their way into the turn. Bella Coola hangs in there. Say Goodbye is right alongside. Right Tempo sticking just in with those leaders, and then comes Dura, followed by Gold Charm to the outside. So we're round the far turn. One fence to go here, and now it is Right Tempo and Say Goodbye. And the two of them have pulled away from the others. Say Goodbye and Right Tempo will come to the final fence. Right Tempo inside, Say Goodbye to the outside. They arrive at the 11th fence, nose to nose. Say Goodbye. Inside a narrow lead. Right Tempo battles on toward the inside. The others are well behind. It is Say Goodbye trying to do just that to Right Tempo with 1/8 of a mile to run. And Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy strike again. Say Goodbye. Gear down to win it. Right Tempo was second. Gold Charm was third. And Dura finished fourth.
Say Goodbye was able to say goodbye to the rest of the field, but Joe, they made her work for it today, and she showed her class.
Yeah, I think they learned from letting Calico have an easy lead. They weren't going to let her do that, and everybody took shots at her, and she still proved her class late. Right Tempo really dug in here and made her work, but then you just saw the class win out over the last and home.
Definitely, and you can tell she just handled the ground well also, and Jack Kennedy giving her a great ride, and he's getting another win in there.
He's carrying 20 more pounds than the horse that's second,
wow.
You know, and kind of running away from her after the last fence, so that's something.
How significant is that? I mean, you two would certainly know better, and it seems like a huge disparity, and obviously, like we said, she has the class, but at that point, to be able to kick on like she did, given that she's carrying that much more weight than her next competitor.
Yeah, I used to kind of just not dismiss it, but I'd be like, they're big, strong animals. What do they care? But I don't know. The more, especially going the trip these horses go, that it has to matter at some point. And we've seen it time and time again where the lighter weight will come get a horse like that. It's even more impressive when the heavyweight can go on and run away from them and carrying that much more.
And especially being 20 pounds,
yeah.
so much weight. Like 3 or 4, right. you can kind of dismiss it, but 20, that's impressive.
Yeah, sometimes I'm like, it's 3 pounds. I carry my phone around all day. The horse doesn't even know he has 3 more pounds on.
A 20-pound difference in weight, but Say Goodbye able to find something more in the stretch at 3 to 5, 1, 2, 5, 7 in the P-Pack. Say Goodbye with the win as your favorite. Prices, reactions, and more on America's Day at the Races after this.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A Grade 1 winner with a tremendous commercial family, Chocolate Gelato broke her maiden at 2 in Saratoga by over 8 lengths for owner Ripoli Stable and trainer Todd Fletcher.
Under a hand ride right now, and she's opened up on the field. It is Chocolate Gelato, much the best here.
She then took command to win the Grade 1 Frizette Stakes over Grade 1 winner Leave No Trace.
It is Chocolate Gelato to win the Frizette by 3/4 of a length.
Chocolate Gelato is a daughter of Practical Joke, one of the fastest rising members of the Into Mischief sire line. Out of a Candy Ride mare, Chocolate Gelato comes from the female line of Get Lucky, putting her in a rich family that includes Kentucky Derby winner Super Saver and Grade 1 winners Imagining, Girolamo, Callback, and Bluegrass Cat. Grade 1 winner Chocolate Gelato, selling this November with Lane's End agent.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. We're glad to see the sun shining here at Far Hills as we continue on with this Far Hills meeting and say goodbye. Picking up the win, Gordon Elliott, Jack Kennedy striking again for their third win today.
Yeah, impressive, right? They brought the right horses. This one really figured to me. This race has been 50,000 in the past. They raised the purse to 75, which makes it even more enticing to come over and take a shot. She was way more qualified than the others and showed it in the end.
Yeah, she was very impressive and just drawing away. And as we mentioned before, she was carrying 20 more pounds and just taking them on.
It's pretty fun getting a chance to see everybody so up close as we see her in the winner's circle. And yes, it's a party atmosphere here too, but people are crowding along the rails to get a look at the horses and to see what's going on the track as well.
Yeah, that part, steeplechasing's always been kind of the social event, but when you can get people this up close to horses and race horses and to see that, I think it does everybody good, right? It does the whole sport good. Thoroughbred racing, flat racing, whatever. If you can introduce people to a day like this, hopefully we're building some fans along the way.
And especially with the betting here too, and getting people involved that way, because most jump races you can't bet when you're out at a hunt meet, but this one you can. So I think that helps as well, just because then people have kind of a stake in the game.
Gives you rooting interest, so to speak, as we turn our attention now to the 5th race. It'll be the Appleton for 4-year-olds and upward, and this one 2 miles and 5/8, so a long trip here, and you've got some quality horses lining up in this group.
Yeah, this is the same distance as the Grade 1 coming up afterwards, so we'll kind of get an eye of how it'll play. They've got more fences to jump. It's 14 jumps, which adds a little more to it. These horses it's a handicap hurdle, so they're all, the National Steeplechase Association has a rating system where every horse gets assigned a number based on how they run, and this is for horses rated 130 and below, and the highest rated horse carries the most weight, and otherwise it's supposed to sort of work it out and see what you can get. And they're a notch below the Grade 1 horses, but still it's probably the most evenly matched race on the card today.
More on the Appleton in a moment, but first, jockey Jack Kennedy has been putting on a good show today. He's standing by with Richie.
I agree, Keisha. Jack Kennedy has been putting on a show here. It seems like the ground is pretty testing today, Jack, but you seem like you have your horses in such a good rhythm and really kind of galloping properly.
Yeah, I think the conditions today probably suit European horses a bit better. We'll be used to racing on this ground at home, so it suits our horses. But yeah, the horses are in great form. They've all travelled over well, and yeah, it's brilliant. Delighted to be here.
Well, I mean, to have a day like this, already 3 wins and a chance to pad those statistics, you've got to be really enjoying this.
Yeah, loving it. It's a great trip. I haven't been here for a few years. I think 2018 was the last time I was here. But I love coming over, and there's a great atmosphere here, so I'm delighted to be here, yeah.
You know, I was really impressed earlier on Calico. She just looks like she floats over fences.
She loves it, yeah. Jumps great and loves her race, and she's got plenty of runs this season, but the more racing she gets, the better she gets. So, yeah, she loved it, yeah.
Thanks so much for taking the time. Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks a million. Thank you.
Guys, a big day already and has a chance to add to it.
Richie, thank you. Jack, with no mount in the Appleton coming up, but of course still has a big chance in the Grand National with Salvador Ziggy, and could make this quite a big day on top of what it already has been.
Wow, yeah, to land the 4th and to land the Grand National would be something. And I remember I met Jack at Belmont. He came over to ride in probably 2018, like he's talking about, and he was really young then, you know, and to see him growing up, he had a bad injury, missed some time with a broken leg, and has really built his business back up. We've seen Davey Russell and some other guys come over here and ride, and he's sort of the next level, next generation of top jockeys from over there.
Yeah, and he's had kind of a spotty season this year because of those injuries, so it's great to see him coming back and doing so well. And you can tell on camera he's just very even keel, but I'm sure he's very excited for these 3 wins already on the card.
Riding very well and still with a big chance to come, but we head back over to Belmont at the Big A, then back to Greg and Andy.
All right, Acacia, thank you. The story back here, it's been the Ortiz brothers mainly Arad's brother, Jose, who has 3 on the day, but Arad gets into the mix here as well. They've taken 4 of the first 5 on the card together.
4 for the Ortizes, 1 for Manny Franco. We'll see how it plays out as the day goes on. Cool quartet, patient ride, but a good job by Irad and also Manny Franco getting horses that aren't super forward horses, much more engaged in the race. They didn't have to make a big run, able to get it done. Dylan Davis, excuse me. Thank you, Greg. Dylan Davis winning the second race.
All right, Spectre Farm 2-year-old race of the day is next. Home to North America's 4-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. And this will kick off the late pick 4. It's a maiden special weight, 6 furlongs. None have a win in here. And Rathmore getting a lot of attention right now on the board as the current favorite for Tom Albertron. It's a horse who was 62-1, and there he is in his debut. Put in a nice middle move before flattening out in that debut.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran very well. That was an extremely tough field. The winner's a very promising horse that finished second to an extremely nice horse that came back and won the off-the-turf Futurity in his next start. And he closed from well back. That race really fell apart in the late stages. I thought he ran super well. Obviously a much shorter price today, and deservedly so.
There's his trainer.
Yeah, that's Tommy Albertrani talking to the rider, Javier Castellano. And the other thing is, you look at the firsters, there's not a ton of pedigree. For Your Pleasure, the 3 is a Have to Isolate, who was Tom Amos's 4,000th win when he won the Tail of the Cat. It was a very nice horse, but there's still not much more pedigree besides that horse. And you're looking through, there's 4 of them that 2-year-old sales works, the 2, the 3, the 4, and the 8, and none of them were particularly compelling. So who knows if they can run? Obviously, the 2 took a lot of money early, but it's Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz. For Your Pleasure is vying for favoritism, looking at the doubles into this race. But right now on the board, it's the horse that I like, the 6, Rathmore, who's favored.
What about a horse like this one right here? The one took a ton of money first time out, actually went off favored in the debut for Jimmy Ryerson. It showed a hint of ability.
Yeah.
And now everyone's completely backed away from this horse.
No, had a lot of speed and ran into kind of a buzzsaw. Now, that was a restricted race for horses that had sold or RNA'd for under $50,000. So, obviously, this is tougher company. But I agree. He's 30-1 right now, and he got bet so strongly first time. He does feel like the kind of horse, he's probably a lot better than his debut looks. Is he good enough to win here? He'll probably be forwardly placed here, and you're right to bring him up. It's a big price. And the 7, J.D. Factor, a firster for trainer Rick Dutrow, he's owned by Rick Pitino. I think a lot of people have heard of him. Looking forward to seeing him with St. John's
some good
this year.
success many years ago in the game, and now getting back into it. Here's the one we talked about, was favored in the debut, Aaliyah from the rail.
No, an interesting horse to mention at a huge price, Greg.
Union Bulldog, Chad Brown, Ken Ramsey debuter.
We'll see. Chad Brown and Ken Ramsey had a lot of success together in the past, but haven't had horses together in quite a while. For Your Pleasure just went by, debuting for Horacio de Paz, and here's Speed Control. Speed Control, a firster for Ray Handel, did not work that impressively at the sale as a 2-year-old first foal from the dam.
Other Chad Brown runner debuting, Downing Street.
I think people see that Irad Ortiz is riding the other one. I got a feeling if one of these 2 Chads can run, this might be the one. A lot of those Monmouth Park horses have run very well, horses that have trained down there.
There he is, son of Belmont Stakes winner Palace Malice. 7-1 on the board. And there's Peter Bransok's Rathmore, second choice now at 3-1.
We've talked about him. Think he's a very dangerous horse, but he's no 60-1 shot today.
J.D. Factor debuting for the Rick Dutrow barn has Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, Rick's a trainer who could be dangerous with firsters. Jose's looking at his first 4th win. It's a first foal. Not a lot of pedigree to speak of, though.
And have you heard on the outside, 21-1 for trainer Bruce Brown?
Yeah, not taking any money for Bruce Brown. Not a lot to recommend in the pedigree. There was a couple foals that ran all right, though.
3 minutes away from this 6 coming up to start the late pick 4, and there's one of 2 in the race for trainer Chad Brown. With more, let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go with the 2 Union Bulldog. It is Breeders' Cup season, so seeing Chad Brown training for Ken Ramsey reminds me of one of my favorite Breeders' Cup winners of all time, Bobby's Kitten, who won down the hill. It was outstanding. Don't do it now. Watch the show, but later tonight when you're laying in bed, YouTube, Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, Bobby's Kitten, you'll still be shocked that the horse won. But I will say this about this horse. a full brother to Mailman Money, who was a very nice horse, right? And I think that this could be an indication of Ken kind of sending. Look, when Ken sending horses to Chad again, it makes me feel like he's probably trying to send some good ones to him. It doesn't seem like, they kind of had a break in their relationship. Sending some not so good ones to Chad doesn't seem like that would make a lot of sense to kind of rekindle that relationship that they had in the past. This horse is taking money, gets Irad Ortiz, and like I said, the sibling, Mailman Money, was really nice. So you'd like to think that Union Bulldog can likely run as well.
3-1 on Union Bulldog. Part of a pair of runners in here for this barn. Has Downing Street as well, who's 7-1 on the board, both making their debut.
And I think the reason the public is going more for Union Bulldog is they see Irad Ortiz riding and they see Manny in the other one, and the feeling was, well, they probably gave the better one to Irad. I don't know. Manny Franco, didn't he win the most races for Chad Brown of any rider in the country last year? Now, a lot of it was winning a lot of races in the winter when the other riders were in Florida, where Chad Brown does not run a lot of horses. But I don't think it's a negative on the 5 that he's riding Manny Franco. It doesn't mean the 2's not better. But we've seen a lot of horses training at Monmouth that have done very well for this barn. So don't consider those things negatives. I'll tell you that.
Meanwhile, yeah, of those with experience, the one with, it looks like, who knows, but the best experience at least showed the most ability, this horse right here, Rathmore. And yeah, it's amazing how quickly value evaporates after one decent showing.
Yeah. Right, I know. It just changes
62-1 to 5-2.
He ran well in there. And listen, Tom Armstrong is not a trainer that's going to attract a lot of attention with first-time starters. A Cupid. I mean, Cupids aren't going to take a lot of money either. The horse, though, that's probably getting bet in here, that's, I think, worth talking about the most, the 2 is going to take money. It's Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz. The 3 for your pleasure. He didn't have to take a lot of money. He's an enticed. $200,000 is a lot for an enticed who stands for only $5,000. Is a have to isolate. This horse, I didn't think the 2-year-old sales work 21-2 was that impressive, but he's been working well. And I think of the firsters, this one's the one that could have been, I mean, you never really know, but he could have been 8-1 easily in this race. Instead, he's 3-1.
Bullet.
He was 7-2 morning line.
Bullet Gate Drill as well, talking about the 3, quickest of 114 in the morning back in late September.
And he's one of 3 5-2s right now as the number 6. Goes down to 5-2. I prefer the 6. Listen, I'm always going to go to horses with experience. And I'd rather take 8-1 on the 5. I picked the 5 fourth. I didn't pick the 2 anywhere, for whatever that's worth. I feel like the 2's horse is getting bet because Irad Ortiz is riding. And I'm wondering if that's, I'm not sure. We'll see. It's nice to see Ken Ramsey and Chad Brown back together because they did have a lot of success earlier in their careers.
That one, though, back to favoritism. 6-horse Rathmore, start number 2 coming up. Javier Castellano will hop in the irons. It was Dylan Davis aboard for the debut. As we're still dealing with this wet track, still sloppy at this point.
It feels like it could be muddy soon. I mean, it's not going to dry much, but it has gotten nice out. So hopefully it'll be a nice day tomorrow as well for good weather. I will not be here. You will be here, though?
I will.
Last day of the difficult commute on the A train on weekends.
We hope. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's been a tough run. Not only has it rained every weekend, but we've had to take buses for part of the way on the train. Greg had a great experience in the bus today. You started a fight.
I put it out of my mind already.
I hear you actually helped save
the Big A.
You were directing traffic.
I did. I got out of the bus and helped direct a little traffic.
Yeah,
did my part.
Impressive.
This horse at 36-1 showed at least some life, right? And I know it was a restricted race, but the horse was bet to favoritism.
He is a funny horse to be this price. I am not going to argue with you about that.
See what happens. We've had not monster upsets, but 2 odds-on favorites defeated to kick off this card. And now a wide-open 6 to start this late pick 4 with a lot of first-time starters. We go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
JD Factor, and Have You Heard? And we are ready for race number 6. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 3, For Your Pleasure. Alea from the rail. Rathmore now moves up. Rathmore takes the lead. Have You Heard from the far outside. Grabs second. Alea down at the rail, racing in third. Union Bulldog is next in fourth. After the slow start, For Your Pleasure has advanced up into fifth. Then comes Speed Control in sixth, followed by J.D. Factor. And Downing Street is the trailer in eighth. First quarter over the wet going in 22 3/5 seconds. Rathmore is the leader here by a length, with Have You Heard and Alea right together, second and third. For Your Pleasure looking to move up now from fourth. On the outside is Union Bulldog, and then Speed Control as they come for the head of the stretch. It is Rathmore, and on the outside, Have You Heard? Alea in third. For Your Pleasure continues to gain now on the outside. It is Rathmore and For Your Pleasure. Alea down at the rail. A late run here from a Union Bulldog, but it is still Rathmore. Rathmore's in front. Then For Your Pleasure and Alea. It will be Rathmore by a head. For Your Pleasure was second, and then long shot Alea.
Rathmore second time out, no 62-1 at all in here in start number 2 after showing that ability first time out.
Yeah, and Javier did the right thing. He's got a lot of speed, and he said, I'm going to the front. I got the fastest horse early. He got the job done, but this is the second 2-year-old race today, and I picked the 6 in this race, where the winner was a little fortunate. If the 3 didn't get left, I think that For Your Pleasure would have won this race. He broke about a length plus slow in the race, and he made a very, very valiant run to lose by about a head. A nice effort by him, and a good call by you mentioning the 1, by the way, who I actually think finished third in here, beaten just about 2 lengths for all the money, Greg. And you mentioned that horse, and you were right. That horse took a ton of money, and a horse like that with 2 short prices, 5-2 and 2-1, longest shot on the board, finishing third.
Yeah, 37-1 underneath in third, and then, yeah, Have You Heard it, 29-1 to complete the superfecta. Rathmore, though, with the win to start the late pick 4. It's going to do it for the 2 of us. Coming up next, Lafitte Pikai III, Sarah El Badwi taking over. A lot more coming up as far as including the main event. Our coverage on FS1 coming to a close. Going to hop over to FS2, and it will continue there right after this short timeout. Can Snap Decision get back to the horse we had seen win multiple Grade 1s in his career?
I hope so, but I wasn't encouraged by his last start.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
1-2 coming off the layoff the last time we saw him, and that was here in New York. Coverage continuing on FS2 right after this, with the American Grand National from Far Hills to come, and the conclusion of the card at Belmont at the Big A.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
to have you with us. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Love that shot. Like this shot as well. Aqueduct Racetrack, South Ozone Park, New York. Now, why don't we start at Far Hills in New Jersey? Such a great event. Far Hills Race Meeting, top-class steeplechase racing, and the party. Even better, our team on site here in South Ozone Park. The weather, if nothing else, has been consistent. At least the rain has stopped, though we do have a sloppy track for the remainder of the racing. Race 7 in 24 minutes. Welcome to Aqueduct Racetrack alongside Sarah El-Badwi. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. What a Saturday, Sarah. Just like a little bit of everything for the racing fan this afternoon and this morning.
Exactly. We've been able to start our whole day with coverage of some of those steeplechase horses over at Far Hills. A great event, having our team on site there to really bring you the flavor of being there in person, as well as our card from Aqueduct. And nice to see the rain finally let up in both locations, even though we have had some wet conditions as of late.
Really excited and providing the sights and sounds of the Far Hills Race Meeting. We'll be reconnecting with the team in just a moment. But first, today's schedule. The remainder of today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Late pick 3 from Aqueduct is next. Belmont at the Big A, plus final 3 races from the Far Hills Race Meeting. The 5th kicks off the cross-country pick 5, race 6, grade 1. Grand National. As promised, we have boots on the ground at Far Hills. Acacia Clement is with us. Acacia, it's been so much fun watching you guys cover the event this afternoon. Keep an eye on Richie for me. He tends to wander. He's my ride to the airport tomorrow afternoon.
Lafitte, I haven't seen him in a while, so I don't know what he could potentially be up to out there. But one thing I know is that he's enjoying himself. The scene here at Far Hills is electric. The party is continuing. The sun has come out, which has been great to see. We've had some tremendous racing so far, with some good ones still to come, including that American Grand National, as I'm happy to have Joe Clancy and Liza Hendricks here with me, as our America's Best Racing race of the week will be the American Grand National, as we have an opportunity to see some highly rated horses, some really talented horses, and some European invaders.
Yeah, the European invaders have been tough already. Turf's a little soft, and they hold a big hand in the Grand National too, with Seddon and Salvador Ziggy. We saw Hewitt win it last year. They're going to be very tough to handle, I think, this year too.
And the purse being so large at $250,000, it does attract so many invaders each year. And these are 2 great horses that have done really well over in Europe. Seddon winning at Cheltenham Festival and then at Punchestown Festival, and Salvador Ziggy just on the rise for trainer Gordon Elliott.
And as far as Salvatore Ziggy is concerned, he has the hat connections in his corner. Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy have teamed up to win 3 races already today. And Liza, this is him schooling when he first came here stateside.
Yes, and he was schooling down at my father's, Ricky Hendricks's, in Pennsylvania, shipped in last week, and he just flies over those horses, doing so phenomenally. And jockey Jack Kennedy will get back aboard, and he's already won 3 on the day, so he'll be very impressive in here.
Yeah, and I think that helps too. I think anytime those guys who have not necessarily ridden here or ridden here regularly get a few races under their belt, win or lose, and he's obviously, now he's got the course totally figured out. He's on live horses and going to ride in a $250,000 race now.
Along with Seddon, those are the Irish invaders. As far as the American contingent is concerned, a horse that we're well familiar with is Snap Decision. He'll be making his 3rd appearance in this Grand National. He's had a lighter season this year than he had last year, but he's not coming into this race in quite the same form.
No, and it's kind of, his form was so good. This is him running away at Saratoga under 164 pounds and looking around and drawing off, and he really hasn't delivered that. He hasn't run badly in a couple other races that he's won. He hasn't. If he delivers this performance, it'd be tough to handle today. You know, he's got to come back and find it again, and I don't know if he. I'm not sure he can. And even if he does, these other horses are coming here in really good form. They got their ground. You just kind of see it sort of coming. I expect if he handles the ground, I expect him to run a little better. Jack Fisher's kind of anxious to have him not necessarily up front. He's been in front, I think, his last 2 or 3 races unnecessarily. If he can get behind, it sounds like Seddon is a front runner. If he can sit off him, get into his rhythm, and see if he can get back to that old form.
And Liza, as Joe mentioned, at times we've seen Snap Decision carrying 20 pounds more than his competition. It's even weights in the Grand National. Do you think that that's something that could potentially help him too?
I think it will be a factor. You know, he's had to carry so much more weight than his other competitors, and in this race he does have that even weight. But the question mark is really around the ground for him. I think it was questionable whether he would even run today, but he is going to run, so we'll see if he can handle it.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. Looking forward to that Grand National coming up. We have the Appleton before that, but Lafitte, Richie just walked in to the set, so I think he just wanted to let you know that he is still ready to take you to the airport tomorrow, but the day is young. There's a lot that could still take place.
He can do whatever he wants for the next 24 hours, as long as he's like back here by a certain time. And keep an eye on Richie as the festivities continue out at the Far Hills race meeting. The Grade 1 is still ahead. And, of course, you can play with us here at Naira Bets. Get involved. Sign up at nairabets.com. And you want to do so, bet any track, any running time, visit nairabets.com. Download the Naira Bets app to get started. That $25 deposit match, Cup 25, to experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup. Any track, anywhere. Sign up nairabets.com for your free $25 bet, $200 deposit match. Plus, today's cross-country Pick 5 gets started with the next race from Far Hills. Take a look at the sequence coming up very shortly. We'll include the Appleton. That's next. The starter allowance 7th race here. Belmont at the Big A, the 8th race here. Aqueduct, Grade 1 Grand National. And finally, the John Forbes Memorial, winding things down from the Far Hills race meeting. When we come back, celebration is on from that Far Hills race meeting. 102nd edition. It's a big crowd, around 30,000 expected. Town's population around 900. And this is the day they've been waiting for. And the main event is still ahead. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
650,000.
Jesse, 375,000. AC, 335,000.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Some of the tailgating setups here at Far Hills are quite impressive as we get ready for the 5th race on the program. It's the Appleton for 4-year-olds and upward, which are rated 130 or lower. We're going 2 miles and 5/8. As Joe, for those just tuning in, talk a little bit about the rating system and how that will decide who gets to run in this race.
Basically, it's a little bit of a way to move away from a claiming type system for horses like this. It's more of a, they get assigned a rating on the by handicappers like they do in England and Ireland. These horses are all rated 130 and under. Highest rated horse in the field carries the most weight. So in this race, Gordon's Jet is rated 128. He carries the most, and then the rest are assigned based on how much lower their ratings are compared to him.
And in this race, Liza, we see a pretty wide open board right now. Gordon's Jet, your tepid favorite, as he does come out of a Grade 1 triumph at Saratoga.
Yeah, he does come out of that race, but he didn't perform quite up to par of what I would like to see coming into this race. So I'm kind of surprised that he is taking the amount of money that he is. And Joe and I were talking earlier about how we're both liking the number 9, and he is getting a good price right now at 6 to 1. He was second in his last start at Foxfield over good ground, so he should be okay with this ground.
Yeah, and off a long layoff. He actually won this race 2 years ago, and Radicium won it last year, and now they show up here, which is pretty fun. But I think he's sitting on a decent effort based on that. I mean, he had to have needed the last race, finished second there. If you're playing the cross-country pick 5, there's your little bit of a price horse maybe. I don't know who are in the other second and third leg. Somebody else can jump in for that. But I think he's live here at a decent price.
Getting some good value on him as of now. And we had our friend Harry Rice chiming in, as is often the case on these shows, giving us some pedigree insight. The 4 proven innocent, half-brother to Ironicus, who was a big fan of soft ground. And that one was a Stuart Janney horse that started off with Shug McGahee, just like you see Jack Fisher with Snap Decision, who has that big Phipps pedigree. Jack Fisher's really done well with getting some of those horses off of a trainer like Shug and bringing them over to become jumpers.
Yeah, and he ran really well last year. He was a top novice last year, and this year has just been a mess. He had, the first time he ran, he had a heat exhaustion after, and it just seems like he never really recovered from that. And maybe they've sorted him out. Jack said he was too close to the pace at Aqueduct, but he kind of understood why the jockey had him there. And again, he probably needed that. So if he bounces back to last year's form, they put blinkers on him to try to sharpen him up a little bit. He's plenty talented enough. We just haven't seen it lately.
And Liza, with the blinkers going on, and you'll see the use of cheek pieces a lot more commonly in steeplechase races, potentially, than those who might be used to watching flat racing. Can you talk a little bit about some of the equipment that might be employed and maybe some of the uses for those types of pieces?
Yeah, the blinkers, just like in flat races, tend to just sharpen them up a little bit and get them more focused on what's right in front of them. And it tends to be a move just to make a little change when the trainer's not seeing exactly what they want to see. So that's not exactly a good sign for me, coming from Jack Fisher, a Hall of Fame trainer.
Yeah, you also see the jumpers pretty much all running that breastplate across, and that's to keep the saddle up on their withers, especially when they're leaving the ground and jumping. You don't see that as often in flat racing, very, very rarely. But
usually with very narrow horses.
Exactly.
Yes.
And here it's more to keep that weight there when they jump, because if it starts to slide back, then everything gets harder to do. So that's why pretty much all of them run in a breastplate, and it's just sort of a natural thing for the jumpers. It makes perfect sense.
Not a fun feeling, I'm sure, if your saddle starts to slip, especially when going over jumps. You touched on Radicium, who we saw win this race last year, but that was the last time that he won. I know that he's been facing top company in Grade 1 races, but not necessarily coming in the top form as of now.
No, but if he runs back to last year's race, he'll be tough.
Lining up for the Appleton, let's go to Larry Colmus for the call.
They're off in the Appleton. And there goes Gordon's Jet to take the early lead right away. Gordon's Jet will be the front runner, taken on the outside by Soviet Pimpernel in second. The presence of mind on the outside, the 3 of them are right together as they head up the backstretch for the first time. Proven Innocent goes over that fence in 4th position. In between horses, Restitution follows in 5th. Then to the outside comes Zabil Champion, followed by Radishan down toward the inside, Fast Vision and Wicked West. So they've gone over the first few fences here, and they're going to make their way into the turn the first time. Gordon's Jet is the leader. Soviet Pimpernel tracks in second. Presence of Mind, third behind them. Proven Innocent is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. And then it's Restitution, Zabil Champion to the outside, followed by Radishan. Fast Vision is second last, and Wicked West is the trailer. So they'll come into the stretch for the first time and head to the fourth fence of 14. And they're led by Gordon's Jet and Graham Waters, and they're on top as they near fence number 4. Soviet Pimpernel continues to track in second. Presence of Mind, Proven Innocent behind them. Then Zabil Champion, Restitution, and Radishan toward the inside, going over fence number 4. Fast Vision, second last. Wicked West is the trailer. Gordon's Jet is the leader. Gordon's Jet on top by 2. Soviet Pimpernel continues to be second here, heading over the next fence. They all clear well, and Presence of Mind tracks them in third, some 5 lengths off of Gordon's Jet. Then comes Zabil Champion in fourth. Racing to the outside of horses going into that turn. Proven Innocent saves ground. Between those two is Restitution, and then comes Radishan. Fast Vision and Wicked West continue to race at the back of the pack. So they'll head to the backstretch now, and the 6th fence will be next. It is Gordon's Jet, the leader. Gordon's Jet on top, the leader by 2 to Soviet Pimpernel in second. Then comes Presence of Mind, third as they continue up the backstretch. Then Zabil Champion to the outside in fourth. Proven Innocent is fifth. Restitution 6 lengths off the lead over that jump. Break of 2 lengths more back to Wicked West. And then comes Fast Vision, and Wicked West is now at the back of the pack, just behind Radishan. So over the fence they go. And heading down the dip, it will be Gordon's Jet, the leader by 2. Soviet Pimpernel is second. Presence of Mind is third to the outside. Proven Innocent is fourth. Zabil Champion still about 6 lengths behind. In behind them, Restitution and Radishan to the inside. Outside of them is Fast Vision. And then Wicked West, who is trailing the field behind Gordon's Jet, who's led them all the way and will come into the stretch next time around with the lead. So here they come to the 9th of 14 fences here, and it is Gordon's Jet on top, and in the clear by 1.5 lengths. Soviet Pimpernel second to the inside. Presence of Mind is still in third. Then comes Proven Innocent fourth to the inside. Over that fence they go, and Gordon's Jet is on top. Soviet Pimpernel pursuing every step of the way is 2 lengths behind in second. Then Presence of Mind in third, and Zabil Champion fourth to the outside. Fast Vision goes over that fence in fifth ahead of Radishan. Then comes Proven Innocent to the inside. After that, a break of another 2 to Wicked West, and starting to lose ground is Restitution. So now the field makes their way around the turn, and they'll head to the backstretch for the final time, where Gordon's Jet and Graham Waters have led throughout. Gordon's Jet on top here, and joined on the outside now by Soviet Pimpernel. And Soviet Pimpernel has made a move and has taken over. Soviet Pimpernel goes over that jump in front. Gordon's Jet is back running in second position. Zabil Champion is third. Then Fast Vision and Radishan to the inside. That second backstretch fence, Soviet Pimpernel missed it just a bit, and Gordon's Jet is sticking right to him. It is Soviet Pimpernel 1.5 lengths to Gordon's Jet at this final backstretch fence, and they go over there 1-2. After that comes Zabil Champion in third. Break of another 2 back to Fast Vision in fourth. Radishan is next, and pulling up out of the race here is Proven Innocent. So just 1 fence remains as they make their way around the turn. Gordon's Jet not done yet. Inside of Soviet Pimpernel. Zabil Champion 1.5 lengths off of them. And now Fast Vision, who is well behind early, is getting in contention now and saving ground as they come to the top of the stretch. It's still wide open here as they turn for home in the Appleton, and up and over that fence goes Fast Vision. Fast Vision has taken a narrow lead. Zabil Champion to the outside. It's these two now who come up the hill 1-2. Fast Vision, and now It is Zabeel Champion who's taken over the lead. Fast Vision is second. Radishan is third as they come down to the finish. It's Zabeel Champion. Bernie Dalton by 3 on the wire. Fast Vision second. Radishan was third. Presence of Mind was fourth.
Bernie Dalton picked up the mount on Zabeel Champion, and he wins his second on the day. This one for Jack Fisher, who he showed nothing last time out, Joe, and really ran well today.
Yeah, he ran in a lesser handicap, a 120 handicap last time, and got beat 23 lengths. It was his first start in America. I guess he had a right to move forward, but maybe it's the ground. Maybe it was Bernie's lucky day. I don't know. But he ran really well, where a lot of the other horses you thought were contenders, the high weights, all backed up. And he ran really well, just solid out, just kind of kept staying on.
You never know with Jack Fisher. Maybe he was just giving him a nice, easy prep and tricked us all.
And Zabeel Champion gets the victory today in the Appleton over the number 5 Fast Vision. As we see a bit of an upset here in the Appleton. Bernie Dalton with his second on the day. But back over to Belmont at the Big A, though. Check back in with Lafitte and Sarah.
Surprise out at Far Hills, Acacia. Here, Belmont at the Big A. Horses arriving. Post parade, start of the late pick 3, race 7, allowance a mile. And there is Berloni drawn inside at 11-1.
He will be up next. Rally Squirrel snuck by everybody. He was a horse that had a little trouble coming up the ramp last time. They're letting him go ahead of the rest of the field, and he is clearly on the track today.
Behaving better this time, yes. Fingers crossed, an outsider, 29-1. The rest will emerge. There's Berloni. Still 11-1. Maddie over in the saddle.
A horse that has very good early speed and will be coming from the inside as he steps up in class now. Once faced Kings Barnes, who would go on to win the Louisiana Derby.
Daylight winner, his latest, and Magical Ways has racked up back-to-back wins.
A horse that is off the claim now, used to be with Linda Rice, is going out for a new barn. Another one that is stepping up in class as well.
Dylan Davis aboard, 17-1. Then what's up, Doc? 12-1, Jose Gomez to ride.
This is one that's staying at the same type of class level and is cutting back a little bit in distance, just has been facing better horses than he's meeting today.
Ice Road disappointed in his last start at Saratoga.
Kind of too bad to believe for him. His prior races would definitely make him a competitor.
Clubhouse and Javier Castellano takes over.
And while I don't generally love horses leaving the Todd Pletcher barn, this is one that has run very well for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Barron's Legacy, lightly raced 3-year-old.
Just making his 3rd start overall, so less chances to disappoint stretching out in distance.
Memphis are at Ortiz seeking a 2nd win this afternoon.
Just a horse that really did no running last time. We'll hope to get a better performance from him today.
Linda Rice right on the heels. Chad Brown once again. Thunderi, then at 5-1.
A horse that just makes a lot of sense based on his running style, and here will be coming from off the pace.
Brooklyn Diamonds, wow, 3-2, 2nd for Linda Rice.
Taking a ton of money right now, and I know that those last 2 races would make him competitive, but he is stepping up significantly in class.
But this is his most recent, right here, September 22nd. Softer company, as you mentioned. Brooklyn Diamonds strikes the front and pours it on.
And this is a horse that had to sit a lot closer to the pace than he had been in his previous start because there just wasn't as much of it. This was actually an easier field, even though he was, on paper at least, stepping up in company. And so having that tactical ability to be a little bit more forward did him a lot of favors in here. His race 2 back, where he stumbled at the start, significantly better, I feel, as far as what he overcame.
There he is, waiting his turn to load into the gate. You like the gelding who will load in between the 2 Linda Rice runners. Thunderian, yes?
I do. I just feel as though this is a race that'll set up well for him. You know, he's another one. He sat closer last time because he had to. Normally, he wants to come from a little bit further off the pace. A couple of pace players in here. Hopefully it plays out for him.
Like that last win. Battled early, drew away late. Quick turnaround. Let's see what Thunderian does. But there is the favorite, Brooklyn Diamonds. Post time. Johnny I with the call. Post time for the 7th.
And they're off. Brooklyn Diamonds, extreme outside. Ice Road away well. Now Clubhouse moves up along with Rally Squirrel, and from the rail, Berlone. It is Rally Squirrel and Clubhouse. Those 2 right together. Berlone sits just off of them and in 3rd. And then comes Ice Road, who's in between horses in 4th. About to be passed there by Thunderian. Thunderian takes 4th. Ice Road is next in 5th. Magical Ways down on the inside in 6th. Then What's Up, Doc? Next in 7th. On the outside is Brooklyn Diamonds in 8th, and it's a half dozen lengths back to the 2 trailers, Memphis and Barron's Legacy. First quarter, 23 seconds. A contentious first quarter. Now 4 of them across the track. Berloni is down at the rail. Then comes Clubhouse. Thunderian on the outside. Rally Squirrel now has dropped back into a 4th as they go around the far turn. On the extreme outside is Brooklyn Diamonds, who has made progress. Magical Ways is down at the rail, and alongside is Ice Road. Then What's Up, Doc? Half mile in 46 seconds. They are at the top of the stretch. Thunderian in the white blinkers with a narrow lead. Clubhouse towards the inside, and Brooklyn Diamonds is now coming on. Thunderian and Brooklyn Diamonds, and those two are right together with a furlong to the finish. Thunderian on the inside, Brooklyn Diamonds on the outside. Now a 16th out. It's Thunderian by a head. Brooklyn Diamonds all out on the outside. They come on for the finish, and it looked like Thunderian got the bob. It'll be a photo finish. Thunderian and Brooklyn Diamonds.
Exciting stretch duel. Thunderian, who still won't let Brooklyn Diamonds on by inside the final 16th. A slugfest to the wire. Brooklyn Diamonds outside. Sarah, your top selection, Thunderian. Tough as nails in the stretch.
And he was close and really not that far off of what was a very contested early pace in this race. A horse that I thought would be maybe sitting a little bit further off than he even was, but he was right there towards the outside. And as we saw some heated fractions start to come apart in the later stages, Brooklyn Diamonds sitting the right kind of trip. Thunderian, very game to hold him off, I believe, just by a nose or so.
In Johnny I we trust. Digging. Isaac Castillo says, Jose, you cannot have your 4th win this afternoon. Ortiz has been in a groove, but denied on this one, Brooklyn Diamonds. And sometimes you see those races, and was it the inside horse digging and fighting? Did the horse on the outside just kind of come up small when it mattered most? That was Thunderian, really just unrelenting and showing some class in deep stretch.
I would agree. I think that everything went the way of Brooklyn Diamonds to make that run if he was able to. Brooklyn Diamonds, this is a horse that hadn't faced horses at this level really in quite some time, and he ran very well. He took a ton of money because people liked the numbers that he had been running, but as far as class, he had not been at this level in quite some time.
9-2, Sarah, well done. Thunderian, David Jacobson owned and trained. Isaac Castillo on the inside. Wrong lead, right result. Thunderian denies the favorite, Brooklyn Diamonds, and he's 7th here at Aqueduct.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Dominant from day one. At $5 million, $5 million, $5 million.
The one and only Monomoy girl.
Oh my goodness, right here. What do you ask for one like her? Here is Gamine, the $1.8 million 2-year-old. 9 career wins in 11 tries. She was off the board just once in her career.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
955, 200, 200 down to in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on FS2. So glad to have you with us here at Far Hills. The party continues, and it's been quite a good day for rider Bernie Dalton, picking up the mount in the Appleton, and he gets the victory with Zabeel Champion, who we saw in his U.S. debut disappoint. Comes back, $12.60 winner today.
Yeah, like I said in the break, I picked him the last time, so there's brilliance on your brilliant handicapping.
Off.
Yeah, I know. Joe Clancy off, and he runs like that. But handled the ground, saw it out, and again, he ran in a tougher race than he did last time when he got clobbered last time, and now he wins here. So I thought he's a nice horse coming over from England, and it kind of makes sense that he'd run well. It's just surprising to me that he used such a poor performance to then turn into a good performance.
A good day, as mentioned, for Bernie Dalton, and he is standing by with Richie.
So pleased to be joined here by Bernie Dalton, someone that I go back many years with. Bernie, nice ride here on Zabeel Champion, a horse that was a pickup ride. How difficult is it to pick a mount up like this, a horse you're unfamiliar with?
Well, you know, beautiful thing is nowadays you have videos to watch, and, you know, he's a seasoned horse. He knows how to jump. You just have to figure out what's the right way to ride him. Sean Clancy called me during the week and asked me if I would be interested in riding him, and I said sure. He'd already had a run over here at Foxfield, and, you know, he ran okay. And, you know, I didn't think he'd win, but what do I know? I'm just a jockey.
Well, you gave him a terrific ride, as you did Avon earlier, and that was for your wife, Kate. 2 wins on the day. How special is that?
Oh, you know, when you're my age, as you all know, your best days are behind you, not in front of you, so it's great.
Bernie, are you saying I'm old too?
Well, I hear you say it enough when I'm watching Aqueduct.
The ground is very demanding today for the horses. How about for the riders? Do you get tired of riding on ground like this?
You don't, because there's a difference. It's you know, when you have a horse that actually goes on the ground, they might get tired the last 1/8 of a mile coming up the hill or so, but for the rest of the time, they're usually traveling and going through it. As averse to one that's not, they get tired a long way out, and trying to get a horse to go forward that's trying to go back is very difficult.
Well, this was great to watch you ride. I'm so glad I got a chance to catch up with you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you.
Guys, not only a terrific rider in the afternoons, one of the best exercise riders I've ever been around in my entire life, could handle the rankest of rank horses.
And riding well still, too. It's a lot of fun to follow Bernie Dalton, bringing Zabeel Champion home, his 2nd win today. And, Joe, you were telling me you used to exercise rider for Kieran McLaughlin.
Yeah, I mean, he was sort of the go-to guy for some of the toughest horses in the barn, and he kind of downplays it and is always really humble. Oh, I was just a passenger. But he actually, he can really ride a horse. Stylish-wise, jockeys, you might look at him and say he's not the most stylish jockey, but horses really run for him. And he and Kate do a great job there in Camden, South Carolina, year-round. They're up and down the East Coast to run those horses. I mean, they had a longer ship than the Irish horses did to get here with their horse who won the other race. So they work hard, and they deserve some success. It's pretty cool to see.
And for a husband and wife team, always extra special, too. Like they had that win with Avon earlier.
Yeah, so impressive. And as we mentioned earlier, they also had a win with Down Royal last summer at Saratoga. So it's great to see them doing well.
A good day for Bernie Dalton, but it's time we turn the page and take a look at our America's Best Racing Race of the Week, the Grade 1 Grand National coming up next. It'll be 2 miles and 5/8 for 4-year-olds and upward, and a very intriguing field. We do not have last year's winner of the Grand National, Hewick, in this year's race, so we're told we could potentially see him back here for the Grand National next year after he tries to win the at Cheltenham in March. But right now, taking a look at the field, it is the number 6, Salvador Ziggy, who is even money currently for the hot team of Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy.
Yeah, he's earned the even money. We've been talking about him all day, and I think based on the connections, based on form, I mean, Liza, right, you can't just come over with any horse. You got to come over with one that's in good form, that's what they've done.
And Gordon Elliott actually mentioned yesterday, and he's brought quite a few horses over here. He mentioned that this is the best horse that he's brought over here so far.
Saying that he feels he should handle the ground, no problem, as we've seen him be successful in yielding ground over in Ireland, should be able to handle the yielding course that we're dealing with today at Far Hills. The Grand National coming up next. The party goes on. Richie McLeory is somewhere out there in the midst of all of it. Stay tuned for the Grand National up next on America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Mind-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Trick or treat, Sarah?
What are you going to be for Halloween this year?
Oh, no. An annoying co-host?
No, that's for me.
Coverage is always brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. I tell you what you're not annoying at is handicapping. Got last 7th race here at Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A. And Thunderian, you got 9-2 at post time right here with Castillo going to work. Brooklyn Diamond's a favorite, looms up, but Thunderian has something left.
He did loom, but he was not able to get by Thunder, who was very game in this performance. I mean, he was right on top of a pace that was really coming apart in this race, and he's one that in the past had come from further off the pace, though last time he did kind of have to sit closer, so perhaps remembering some of those dynamics from his last race, knowing he was capable of being a little bit more involved early and still hanging on, and he was able to game this one to the winner's circle.
Yeah, rattled off 2 straight, 1160, well done. Brooklyn Diamonds having to settle for second. Memphis completing the trifecta. Ortiz brothers running 2-3. Thunderian 9-10-8 in the 7th. Belmont at the Big A. We march forward. Solid allowance event. A mile, $100,000 purse. And the early favorite, Cascade at 2-1. What'd you come up with in this one, Sarah? You have any other $11, $12 horses for us?
A horse that I would consider using underneath at a price might be Lunissima, if he can get back to some of the form that he used to have. However, I did end up going a little bit more chalky on top. I liked Cascades coming back off a bit of a layoff, but just the races that he had run in the past as a 2-year-old with that progressive improvement to 3, he could end up being too much for this field.
See how it all unfolds in 15 minutes. 8th race of 9, Belmont at the Big A. And back at Far Hills, the race meeting and the main event, Grade 1 Grand National, is next in front of that massive crowd, expecting around 30,000 this afternoon. Only a handful of Grade 1 races every year, and one of them is coming up next, Grade 1 Best of the Best. Just a few of them in steeplechase every season. That's coming up next. Stick around. The Grand National next from Moreland Farm.
Approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Consistently versatile, with 26 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls fight on the outside, at the wire, Photo for the win!
And Prince of Monaco takes the lead. Prince of Monaco, too good.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you
the world's premier breeding
every track on every screen.
stock event, the November sale at Phase.
Today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A Grade 1 winner, Fun to Dream won 6 of her first 7 starts. In just her second career outing, she took the Fleet Treat Stakes by nearly 10 lengths for trainer Bob Baffert and owners Jill Baffert and Connie Pagler.
They would need to sprout wings to get to Fun to Dream.
The daughter of Arrowgate finished her 3-year-old season with a gutsy victory in the Grade 1 La Brea over graded winners Midnight Memories, Ain't Easy, and Under the Stars.
Fun to Dream has won the Grade 1 La Brea.
She returned with a pair of brilliant performances to begin her 4-year-old campaign. Prior to a runner-up finish in the Grade 1 Beholder Mile, she captured this victory in the Grade 2 Santa Monica Stakes. Fun to Dream is a half-sister to multiple stakes winner Heck Yeah from the family of Grade 1 winner Practical Joke. Grade 1 winner Fun to Dream, selling this November with Hillendale Agent.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Horses in the paddock for the upcoming 8th race. And meantime, our coverage also continuing from Far Hills. Acacia, yeah, this is the one they've been waiting for with the Group 1, Grade 1 Grand National just around the corner, getting closer and closer to post time.
Yeah, you can feel the excitement building, and definitely here on the set as well, Lafitte. Looking forward to that Grand National, as you mentioned. Not that many Grade 1s, and that's why at any type of race, it is such an elite race to win, and why it is so important, not to mention, as we bring in Joe and Liza, not to mention, Joe, the history behind the Grand National, everything that has taken place, both here at Far Hills and all of the other tracks at which this race was run.
It's pretty funny. The race has been run all over. It was run at Morris Park, of all places, first, which I don't really know where that was other than New York. So it run at all 3 Naira tracks. It was run at Fair Hill in Maryland for a little while. It was run at Foxfield in Charlottesville, Virginia for a little while. Then it kind of didn't run. Then it was sort of run in conjunction with the Breeders' Cup, and then it's been here. And it's always been a proper race. You go through as Hall of Famers on the list, and just going all the way back. Again, it's 1899. It goes way back. And it's fascinating to look at that sort of honor roll. And it has a cool place here, too. It's a cool home, and it attracts the Irish horses. There's only 5 Grade 1s. There used to be a few more, but there's only 5 Grade 1s in America, so you get the elite horses that come here for the race.
Big opportunities for the Connections, more in the Grand National in a moment. But first, let's check in with Richie Migliori.
Yeah, guys, thanks. I mean, I just feel so privileged to be able to cover this because I really do appreciate the history of it. Mount Morris Park, you're talking about up in the Bronx, and no, I was never there. I'm a little bit younger than that. I just think it's incredible. Obviously, all day long, it seems like the ground has favored the European runners, the Irish horses, are just handling it so well. And I think it's because they've had to encounter it more throughout their careers. What I find really interesting is the 7-horse Merrymaker in the Grand National. You know, the history behind it. Arch Kingsley training this one. Hurricane Farm. You know, people that follow flat racing, Sanford Stakes in Saratoga, the Sanford family, Sanford Stud. They actually have won 6 editions of this race, looking for their 7th today. And this year is the 100th anniversary of when they won the English Grand National. So 100 years ago, they actually, you know, with a horse that was in New York, in you know, Amsterdam, New York, shipped over there and wound up winning the English Grand National. So I love the history, I love the heritage, and that's what this day is, why this day is so special. It's the purest form of our sport. You know, everybody's here enjoying the event and enjoying the horses, and it's more about the sport than it is anything else.
You love feeling that celebration, that excitement. Richie, thank you so much. And Merrymaker, who had a big win in the Lonesome Glory, ridden by your brother Parker, Liza, and I know a really special victory for him.
It was so exciting for him. It was his first Grade 1, so he was very pumped about that win. And he did get a little bit break in the weights that day, so I think that helped him. And now we have even weights here today. So we'll see if that plays out okay. But it was soft ground there, so I think the soft ground will be okay for him today.
And as far as Merrymaker is concerned, that was his first Grade 1 victory as well. And yet he is a generous price on the board as we take a look at the field for our America's Best Racing Race of the Week in the Grade 1 Grand National. 14-1 on Merrymaker right now, who beat L'Imperator, who we saw disappoint a little bit earlier in the card, running in another race. But he was running against some older, more seasoned horses. You mentioned the break in the weight, but he put forth a good effort for a horse that could be getting good at the right time. And while maybe some of the others are coming off some questionable performances, he is coming off of a winning effort.
Yeah, I love that he's running late. He made the last move in the race in a 2.5-mile race. It's 2 5/8. He's going to need all that stamina and more today. Yeah, he's a little lighter race than, say, Snap Decision or whatever, but he's certainly moving his way up. He's Irish bred, so there's some soft turf form back there somewhere. He never raced in Ireland. He's a brother to another horse, Show Court, that Arch trained that won a Grade 1. So he figures, again, I don't know if he's quite, you know, we're going to find out if he's quite the class of the Irish horses here. But again, at a generous price and a horse coming off a win is fun to look at.
And that is the big test, too, to see how does he stack up. Yes, he got the Grade 1, but how does he stack up against these more seasoned and some European runners?
Definitely, and it'll be a tough test for him today. And he was able to make up so much ground in that race. I wonder if he will be able to do that today because the ground is so soft. So I'm not sure he'll be able to make up as much ground as he was able to at Aqueduct.
Well, as far as the Lonesome Glory is concerned, the winner of that race in 2022 was Noah and the Ark, who will try to get back on form, as I touched on with Merrymaker, at least coming off of a win. Noah and the Ark is coming off of some disappointing performances. In fact, hasn't won since last year's Lonesome Glory was second behind Hewitt in last year's Grand National.
Yeah, either of those two races, if he could find this form from Aqueduct or the second here last year, would put him there. But since then, his races this year, he's just been all over the place. He was the horse that was very shook up and kind of wild in the paddock early at Saratoga. He bucked the jockey off. We were on the paddock set, and the jockey ended up right behind us before he got back on. And he just was not, it was not him. And if they can get him covered up, relaxed, I think watching him, seeing what he's like early, will let you know a little bit.
There he is. There's the whole field making their way over. As what's the trip like coming over from the barn area to the paddock where we'll see them get united with their riders and go off for their warm-ups?
Yeah, and it used to be where they actually saddled up here, and I think just the logistics of it all, it got much easier. Everybody saddles there. They all come over at once. There used to be a lot of gamesmanship where nobody wanted to be the first horse over here. So like they'd all wait. Like when Lonesome Glory was running, and some of those horses, those old-time Jonathan Shepard and Bruce Miller, those old-timey trainers would be like, well, I'm not going to be first, so I'm going to be first. Well, then nobody would be first. So now they all come over at once, which is probably the best way to do it. It's a decent walk. For the trainers, you see Todd McKenna there with his hands in his pocket. That's Noah, the ARC's trainer. He's probably running through a lot of what ifs and what should I do. And Cyril Murphy, I think, there is in the white hat, trains Scorpion's Revenge. So I think for a trainer, it's probably way more nerve-wracking than it is for the horses.
And Noah in the ARC looks pretty sharp coming over.
Yeah, he does, and he looks like he's behaving okay walking over here. He is one, as Joe mentioned, that tends to get a little riled up, but this racetrack, not the racetrack setting, might suit him a little better. One that we saw that looks a little keyed up there is Merrymaker, just kind of swerving around and looking strong here.
He's on the muscle today. Lafitte, the horses coming into the paddock area for the Grand National. We'll keep our eyes on them and report back on who looks good and talk a little bit more about the field as we get closer to the big one from Far Hills.
Really exciting. On their way over, getting closer and closer to the main event, the Grade 1 Grand National. You'll see it live. You'll see this 8th race live in a post-parade moments ago, starting with Quality Chic, who graduated with authority last month.
A horse that took a long time to break his maiden in his 10th start finally got the job done in a very short field.
It's not the same Paddington we saw earlier today.
Are you sure?
On Champions Day, is it?
Shipped him over on the red eye? No, this is Paddington the Dirt.
Paddington didn't waste too much energy. Classic Mark. 7th race this year, 20-1 outsider, and then the current favorite in Cascade, first race since last November.
And if you look at who he beat in that race, we saw Tappet Trice end up finishing 3rd in there, a horse that we're well familiar with throughout the rest of this year, taking a lot of money right now.
McAllen, first race since February.
Not taking any money, a horse that was a little bit shorter on the morning line and also making his horse start off a break.
Looney Sema, co-owned and trained by Peter Walder.
A horse that had that recency now. He's second off the layoff, has races to go back to that would make him very competitive.
Rocco Strong, daylight winner last month.
And a horse that's just now stepping up in class, but very convincing win last time.
Signator, $1.7 million colt. Not brilliant so far.
That's an understatement. However, I will say that at least we know he can handle a track with some moisture in it.
Cape Trafalgar, Manny Franco in the Peachtree Purple.
If he runs his race 2 back, he's a serious contender here, but his race last time does not really make him the horse to beat at all.
Right on cue, 2 starts back, early August, Saratoga. Tough field, he's 13-1, Sarah. He doesn't win, but he runs a giant race here.
He does, and that was at 7 furlongs. He ends up finishing 2nd to Ever So Mischievous, a very good horse for the Brad Cox barn, but the concern with him is that he has this 93 Beyer speed figure in that effort, and we have not seen a number like that before or in his last start after that, regressing to a 79 last time as the favorite. Disappointing. Maybe he didn't want to go that short, the 6.5 furlong distance, as he now stretches back out today to the mile. But I am always a little bit nervous to take one number types at a short price like he is right now.
And yeah, with Cape Trafalgar, we're drawing the proverbial line through his last effort. Does he run back to the race we saw at Saratoga 2 starts back? He is the favorite at 5-2. And then McAllen with Arad Ortiz. Are you surprised at how cold he is on the board at all?
I am and I'm not, because this is a horse that I didn't really know what to do with, and I didn't fully trust coming back either, because he looked like he was going in the right direction early on to start out his career, winning that race at Tampa, over a sloppy steel track at Keeneland. He doesn't run well, so getting a wet surface today, that's a little bit of a concern. And then we don't see him. And then we don't see him again following that. So I don't know what kind of horse he is. The pace was coming apart last time. He was with the flow of that race, and he is icy on the board.
Barry Colton with Arad Ortiz. Cascade, unraced since November, an impressive maiden winner then. And Jose Ortiz, number 4, seeking a 4th win on the afternoon, second choice at 3-1. John Embrial with the call. It is post time, the 8th race. Belmont at the Big A.
Number 9, Cape Trafalgar, the last to go in. He's in. We're set. And they're off. Cascade away well and quickly out for the lead and opening up a length and a half. Cape Trafalgar on the outside runs in second. Rocco Strong is next in third with Classic Mark down towards the inside. McAllen is in between horses and in fifth. Then the gray Quality Chic at the rail in sixth. Paddington is alongside in seventh. And at the back are Signator and Looney Sima. Cascade takes the field up the back straight and leads here by a head. Cape Trafalgar right there on the outside in second, the quarter 23 and 2. Right behind the front two, the trio of a Quality Chic, Classic Mark, and Rocco Strong. Then it's McAllen in sixth, 4.5 from the front. Paddington is in seventh, followed by Signator and Looney Sima. Half mile, 46 and 4/5 seconds over the sloppy and sealed track. Cape Trafalgar now moves right alongside of Cascade. They are heads apart for the lead. It's Cascade on the inside and Cape Trafalgar on the outside. Rocco Strong running in third. Then Classic Mark. Quality Chic is down at the rail. Signator has gained ground on the extreme outside. 3/4 and 1:11 as they head for home. And it is Cascade who has the lead here. Cascade by a length and a half. Rocco Strong, Signator, both of them gaining on the outside. Cascade drifting out a bit. Here is Signator. Rocco Strong is in between those two. It is Signator. McAllen's putting in a late run, but Signator is the winner. Signator takes it close for second between Cascade, Rocco Strong, and McAllen.
Driving finish, and it is the $1.7 million colt in Signator. Javier Castellano emerging victorious and closing it 9-2.
And this is a horse that's still fairly lightly raced compared to some others in this field, and a one that has sort of been climbing back into some decent form. Also came out of that race that we saw Cape Trafalgar run into back, but that was his first start since October of 2022. His one win over a horse with some moisture in it, obviously did not mind the going today, and you can see that he had plenty of pace to close into as well because Cascade set some legitimate fractions and still held on for second.
Something to build on for Cascade, his first race since November. McAllen doing what he does, coming from out of the clouds to close late and finish in fourth. A solid effort as well, Rocco Strong. But Signator here, West Point Thoroughbreds, Woodford Racing, those green colors. Javier Castellano, Shug McGahee, Signator in the eighth. Belmont at the Big A, 8-4-7-5. Let's get back to the team on site at Far Hills. Acacia, time ticking away till the main event, Grade 1 Grand National.
About 5 minutes to post, Lafitte, as horses are warming up on the track now. It's 3-5 on the number 6, Salvatore Ziggy, as Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy will look to strike once again. And unfortunately, they did not gallop past us, Joe and Liza. They went the opposite way, as we were hoping to get a chance to look at them. But we're getting a chance to see the horses warm up and kind of get their feet underneath of them. And a really good-looking group.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, we're going to lodge a protest. They need to gallop the other way so we can get a better look. But yeah, and that's class, right? It's Grade 1 horses. They should look good. I love the way Snap Decision looks, but I always love the way he looks because he's that kind of horse. Noah in the Arc did look shook up. Merrymaker is not shook up, on his toes in a good way, right? I mean, that's kind of the way I look at it.
Yeah, he looks okay. He's not acting out at all. He just looks on his toes. So I'm okay with that.
We'll see who can get the big win in the Grand National as they continue their warm-ups. Let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, just, looking at these horses, and the first horse that really caught my eye in the walking ring here was the 2 Seddon. This is a horse that has string halt, a condition we've seen with other horses, and horses that have been very good horses. So it's not a concern. I love the flesh this horse is carrying. This horse has been very proficient over soft ground, and I prefer this one over anybody else from a physical perspective coming into this race. The 4-horse Snap Decision, he does always look good, but he is a horse that's a little bit thicker, a little bit burlier, if you will. And I just wonder if that, and I'd like to get Joe's, opinion on this. I wonder if the testing ground or the softer ground is a detriment to horses like that. Maybe they get down into it a bit more. Noah and the Arc got very worked up in the walking ring and really kind of threw some big bucks and jumped and almost seemed a little bit agitated. And then the 6, Salvador Ziggy, listen, this horse is proficient up to 3 miles. You know that stamina is not an issue whatsoever. He's performed extremely well on testing ground like this. And you can look at him. He's like a rangy, thinner, sinewy kind of horse that I think would get over the top of the ground a little bit better, maybe not dig down into it as much. Acacia?
Richie, thank you. Great insight as always. And Joe, an interesting point that he brought up about some of the bigger, heavier horses compared to the lightly framed types like a Salvador Ziggy with this softer ground. That could be something that comes into play.
Yeah, I think that is why Snap Decision isn't as good as he is on firm turf. And we've seen him be really good on firm turf. And he's fine on good. He goes to Nashville and runs, and it's never really firm there. But that would hold a horse back here, or just make him not as good as he is other places, put it that way. Jimmy P, to me, looks like a horse. He likes soft ground. He looks like a horse, kind of same type of thing, lightly framed, but can stay on top of it. And I think that's what you want. And it does give a horse, it's not an advantage, it's just the way they're built. That's all.
Richie touched on the 2 Seddon, who we haven't talked much about. The string halt, for those not familiar, they call it kind of the marionette condition. It's a neurological condition, causes one of, typically you'll see it in the hind leg, to kind of be raised up a little bit more drastically and sharper than the other one. It's not something that impacts them in racing. War of Will, one of the big horses that had string halt to be successful on the track. But Liza, he too has had a lot of success on soft ground, and John McConnell calling him the horse of a lifetime.
He has, and I think 4-1 is a great price. Well, now 9-2 is a great price for him. I was expecting to be a little bit shorter. He's done very well over in Europe. Won at the Cheltenham Festival and then won back at Punchestown Festival, both under Ben Harvey, who gets aboard him today. And that ground at Cheltenham was soft, which Seddon and Salvador Ziggy both handled well. So I think that will be not an issue for them. And Seddon had a break in the spring and then came back in a flat race. Good, easy prep. They had targeted him for this race and then had a nice prep and was second in a hurdle race before coming over here.
Getting ready for the Grand National. It says 4 minutes to post on our feed. It does say 1 minute to post on the in-house feed. So we'll keep an eye on that. But coming up shortly, in any respect, is the Grade 1 Grand National. Joe, you touched on quickly Scorpion's Revenge, a horse you saw Belfast banter on the sideline. So the connections represented by this horse coming in, finishing 3rd behind Snap Decision in the Iroquois.
Yeah, and I kind of like that they just skipped the summer altogether.
Mm-hmm.
They had Belfast Banner to try to do that, and they skipped that and came here. He's a long shot at a price. I mean, he's 17-1 for a reason, but his Iroquois was good behind Snap Decision and an Irish horse, Scaramanga. So to me, that's why he's 17-1. But he's worth taking a little bit of a flyer or a look at for sure.
Liza, we talked a little bit about the 3 Jimmy P, a horse that we saw run second in the Jonathan Shepherd up at Saratoga last time out.
Yes, and he ran a career best, I think, that day. I hadn't really picked him, but he ran great.
They're lining up for the Grade 1 Grand National. Here's Larry Colmus.
And it's Sedan and Jimmy P who go out to the early lead. These two opening up about a 5-length advantage here on Salvador Ziggy, who's away in 3rd position. And then it's Snap Decision in 4th, followed by Mortlock and Merrymaker. Noah and the Ark is next, and the trailer is Scorpion's Revenge as they go over the first jump. So up front and heading toward the next jump is Sedan, leading it by 3 over Jimmy P. And then Salvador Ziggy, who now sticks his head into 2nd position. Snap Decision is 4th, 5 lengths from the front. Then Noah and the Ark on the inside, followed by Mortlock, Merrymaker, and Scorpion's Revenge. 3 fences down out of 14 here, and it is Sedan in front. Sedan leading the way around this turn and in the clear by 2.5 lengths. Salvador Ziggy is 2nd, so the 2 horses making their U.S. debuts are 1-2 early on here as they come into the stretch first time around. Sedan the leader, Salvador Ziggy, Jimmy P right behind 2nd and 3rd. Then it's Snap Decision in 4th. He's 5 lengths behind. Noah and the Ark is next on the inside. And they're followed by Mortlock, who's about 6 lengths behind as they come to jump number 4. So it will be Sedan to take them over there first. In the clear from Salvador Ziggy, Jimmy P is third. Snap Decision now about 7 lengths behind. Then Noah and the Ark, followed by Mortlock Merrymaker. Scorpion's Revenge is the trailer at the 5th fence. Sedan takes them over there, and Salvador Ziggy continues to sit second as they make their way into this turn. After that comes Jimmy P in third. Then Snap Decision, he's 5 lengths behind and just ahead of Noah and the Ark, who's racing just ahead of Mortlock and Merrymaker. Then Scorpion's Revenge, trailing about 15 lengths from the front. So onto the back stretch they go, and coming to fence number 6, Sedan is still in charge from Salvador Ziggy in second. Sedan and Ben Harvey, Salvador Ziggy, and Jack Kennedy in second as they come to this jump. And they clear it well, and they're well clear of the others. And then it's Jimmy P in third coming to the next fence. After that, Snap Decision on the outside of Noah and the Ark. Then comes Mortlock, and Merrymaker is second last. Scorpion's Revenge has trailed throughout. So here comes fence number 8. And Sedan goes over there first. Salvador Ziggy is second as they all clear that fence well. And Jimmy P in third. Noah and the Ark is fourth on the inside. After that, Mortlock. Snap Decision's lost a bit of ground and is being tracked by Merrymaker, and Scorpion's Revenge is the trailer. Sedan comes down the dip in front and leads by 2 over Salvador Ziggy. They're prompted by Jimmy P. Noah and the Ark continues to race along in 4th position. Mortlock, Snap Decision, Merrymaker, and Scorpion's Revenge is the trailer. Into the stretch next time around. And fence number 9 will be next. And taking them over there first at every opportunity here has been Sedan. Sedan in front every jump of the way, and will come to this next fence up and over from Salvador Ziggy in second. And then in third comes Noah and the Ark, followed by Jimmy P, who's 5 lengths from the front and just ahead of Merrymaker, Mortlock, Snap Decision, and Scorpion's Revenge. Sedan over there first as they make their way for the turn for the final time. Sedan the leader on top by about a length. And continuing to get a little bit closer now is Salvador Ziggy in second. He's only a length and a half behind. Noah and the Ark is third. Jimmy P fourth. Merrymaker is fifth on the outside. Break of 2 to Mortlock. Snap Decision has lost ground. He's now at the rear of the field, passed by Scorpion's Revenge as they come to these backstretch fences for the final time. Here's number 11, and here's Sedan over there first. And Salvador Ziggy just keeps on getting closer. He's 3/4 of a length behind. After that comes Noah and the Ark, followed on the outside by Merrymaker. Scorpion's Revenge has progressed. He's now 5th at this stage. He's 4 lengths behind and well in it here as they come to the final backstretch fence. Sedan joined now on the outside by Salvador Ziggy, who makes a move for the lead, and now splitting those 2 and coming through on the inside is Noah and the Ark. So around the turn they go. It is still Sedan clinging to this lead. Salvador Ziggy is a neck pack in second. Merrymaker is now up into third. Noah and the Ark is fourth as Sedan and Salvador Ziggy take their battle to the top of the stretch. And Merrymaker has joined them on the outside, and the 3 of them come over that final fence. Noah and the Ark is right there too as they arrive into the final 3/16 of a mile. And now it is Noah and the Ark who has taken the lead and has moved away from Merrymaker. The pace setters have given way. It is going to be Noah and the Ark to win the Grand National. And there's the salute from Harrison Beswick. They score over Merrymaker. Sedan was third, and Scorpion's Revenge was fourth.
All that talk about the soft ground, and it's American horses that run 1-2, an Irish bred, but Noah and the Ark gets back to that big win we saw last year in the Lonesome Glory over Merrymaker in a huge effort.
Yeah, we're mocking his behavior in the paddock, and he's acting like a goofball, and he delivered that performance. He was traveling the whole way. You saw him work into his race. He got up to third behind those horses and tracked, and then had plenty left. He got up the inside on the turn, which was really smart, savvy, and Merrymaker ran a huge race to be second too.
Both of them very impressive with the American horses, proving us wrong because we've been talking up the Irish horses. And Harry Beswick, leading steeplechase jockey right now, gave him a great ride.
You see big celebration from Harry at the wire, the fist bump. Really, really excited about it. And he looks nice and calm now, Noah and the Ark, after the race. Richie said he threw a few bucks in the paddock, but congratulations from his fellow riders and a really special moment for Harry at 17-1 with Noah and the Ark. As you mentioned, he's had a great year, and I'm sure you just see the excitement, the shock, the disbelief on his face.
Yeah, they actually bought him from England. Harry had ridden him in England. They brought him over here. He had a great year last year. Was top class. This year he's been struggling a little bit. Todd McKenna put him on Lasix first time here, and he was more settled. He was not settled in the paddock. We're firmly established on that. But he was more settled in the race than he was at Saratoga and Aqueduct and at Nashville in the spring. He was just too unsettled. He's got a kick. He just needs to save it. And yeah, Todd McKenna does pretty much all this himself. We were talking about how fox hunting gets horses fit. Noah in the Ark has probably been fox hunting, I'm sure. And it's just great effort, and yeah, fair play to him. They threw down with really good horses and pulled it off.
Big celebrations, big excitement. Lafitte, the emotion on the jockey and trainer's face, that's what it's all about.
We're going to see him at the pub later. Is the horse going to go into the barn like last year?
He'll be at the whip.
Yeah. He will be at the pub. Yeah, that horse and that guy will be at the pub.
A meet and greet.
Just like the scene last year, the Irish 9-year-old Noah and the Ark, what is seen, the jubilation, the emotion indeed, guys. Great stuff. The Grand National here in the marquee event of this fantastic day of steeplechase in New Jersey. Meanwhile, here in South Ozone Park, and the Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig Tipped in the November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. And nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Speaking of which, an $1.7 million colt in the Winner's Circle. Signator Javier Castellano, $11 at post time, $11 a payoff.
Exactly. Javier Castellano, another star of this year, having quite the breakout season and able to guide this one to the Winner's Circle. And Javier has just been riding so exceptionally well at every level of race throughout this year, and even last year as well, really having that renaissance sort of breakthrough because he is delivering in every type of race.
It's one of the biggest stories in racing in 2023. I've comparing it to John Elway winning his first Super Bowl in his 15th season. Castellano getting that first Kentucky Derby win in his 16th ride, and then his 15th ride for a first ever Belmont Stakes. Oh, by the way, 7 Travers, 7 overall grade 1s. Yeah, a Hall of Famer, like finding his best fastball. It's been a blast to watch, and it's not over yet. A date with Arcangelo, perhaps the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Classic in a couple of weeks.
Precisely. I mean, if he's not the favorite, he's going to be the second choice, most likely, going into that race. And we talked to Jenna Antonucci earlier on today's show, getting her insight on those weekly updates of how Arcangelo is acclimating to Santa Anita. And, of course, always thankful for her time to keep us posted on what's going on with him, and just an incredible year for all of the above.
I think 3 of the last 5 Breeders' Cup Classics at Santa Anita, won by horses based on the East Coast. Will Arcangelo become the next? We will find out in a couple of weeks. The 11th Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita, 40th overall. We can pad our bankroll in the meantime for the Breeders' Cup, Sarah, by playing this 9th race. New York bred 2-year-old fillies. What'd you come up with?
I was a little interested in first-time starter in here, a beach cruiser for the Clement barn, but I would say right now from the looks of the tote board, you have to take a look at the first-time starter Ashburn Alley, who's taking a lot of money off of that morning line. Looks to be pretty significant play. A horse that has some good workouts coming in and some good pedigree as well. A half to Mosienko, who we're very familiar with on this circuit.
All right, so much more from Far Hills in a moment. The aftermath, the celebration continuing there. The Grand National just completed, and we have one left here. The nightcap from Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A. What a day of racing. Champions Day at Ascot this morning. Far Hills race meeting. One left from Moreland Farm. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2 as the festivities continue in New Jersey. One day only, the Far Hills race meeting.
Catholic boy, A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and it really has been America's Day at the Races. Celebrations from Harry Beswick as they walk Noah and the Ark into the winner's circle for the Grade 1 Grand National.
Yeah, very cool, right? Todd's based in Pennsylvania. They shipped this horse up today, and he delivered in the biggest race of his life.
Richie standing by with Harry.
Guys, this was great. I just enjoyed watching you and how excited you are coming to the finish line. He gave you a lovely ride. He always looked like he was traveling.
He's he's a horse that means a huge amount to me. He's done more for my career than any horse I've ever come across. And having won on him in the UK and then to bring him to America. And, you know, I thought last year was probably his Gold Cup. You know, he won the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory, and he backed that up with finishing second in this race last year. And he owes us nothing, you know, he's his dream horse. And I went out there today purely, I didn't think about winning the race, I just went there to enjoy him. He's a lovely horse, lovely ride. And one thing went to another, and you know, I was sort of jumping 2 out, and I thought we could win this. But incredible job, all the team at home, Todd, and everyone overseas that supports him as much as they do, and he really is the horse of a lifetime.
Well, we were talking before we did this interview, and his races in Saratoga weren't very good, but you were talking about the atmosphere up there compared to a place like Far Hills.
Yeah, there was probably sort of an anti-climax with Noah this year. He sort of finished last year as probably the new, you know, top horse on the circuit, and he just wasn't really backing that up. From Nashville, sort of the atmosphere got to him a bit much that day, and he sort of ran his race in the first sort of half a mile. And then Saratoga, very much the same. You know, the whole occasion got to him a bit too much. But we've got a great team at home, and we've, you know, earmarked this day, and we've trained him for this day. And as you can see in the warm-ups there, like, he's a bit anxious and a bit fractious. It's just keeping a lid on him. As soon as he's out on the track, he's an utter professional. And it all came right today, and I'm very grateful for everyone that contributed to that.
I won't hold you up anymore. I know you got McLovin in the last, but congratulations. It was a lot of fun watching you pull off this upset.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I enjoyed it too.
Guys, every single rider that rode this race got off their mounts and came and hugged Harry. It shows how popular and how much respect his fellow riders have for him.
What a special moment, Richie. Thank you. And Liza, you could just see the emotion coming across the line and into the winner's circle, a little bit more subdued in that interview. He's kind of like the human version of Noah and the Ark of business when he has to be. You could really see how meaningful this day was for Harry.
Definitely, and he's a horse that Harry and his family had picked out over in Europe and brought over here as a good horse for Todd to train and target these Grade 1 races.
So special, and that's what racing at its core is all about, right? How one horse can bring so many people on such an incredible ride.
Yeah, and he's Todd's a small-time trainer. He's only got a handful of horses, does most of the work himself. He has a real job. He'll tell you all about it. Owns a dry cleaning supply company of some kind. He talks about the collar stays and hangers. He'll sell you all those. But on the side, he trains horses and obviously does a pretty good job. When he won at Aqueduct last year, I got talking to he and Harry about how they connected. And Todd was in Saratoga, I think, just to be in Saratoga like people like to do. Harry and his friends were over from England in Saratoga just on a holiday as well. They met in a bar in Caroline Street and put the deal together to bring this horse to America. And here they are, what, 4 years later, winning the biggest race we have.
So you see, good things can come from the bars on Caroline Street in Saratoga. Well, we have one more to go. We're not done yet. The John Forbes Memorial to wrap up the day at Far Hills. It's 2 miles on the turf, and it's a flat race. And Harry has McLovin at 4 to 5 in the last race. And Liza, after 6 jumps races, we have a 2-mile flat race to wrap up the day.
Yes, and we have Rudy Brissett training to represent those flat trainers. But the ground for him, a little bit of a question mark, but maybe Harry can get a double.
We have the finale for Belmont at the Big A as well. We'll bring that to you in just a few moments. Stay with us for a quick time out. The nightcap coming up after this on America's Day at the Races.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Inside Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A Grade 1 winner, Fun to Dream won 6 of her first 7 starts. In just her second career outing, she took the Fleet Treat Stakes by nearly 10 lengths for trainer Bob Baffert and owners Jill Baffert and Connie Pagler.
They would need to sprout wings to get to Fun to Dream.
The daughter of Arrowgate finished her 3-year-old season with a gutsy victory in the Grade 1 La Brea over graded winners Midnight Memories, Ain't Easy, and Under the Stars.
Fun to Dream has won the Grade 1 La Brea.
She returned with a pair of brilliant performances to begin her 4-year-old campaign. Prior to a runner-up finish in the Grade 1 Beholder Mile, she captured this victory in the Grade 2 Santa Monica Stakes. Fun to Dream is a half-sister to multiple stakes winner Heck Yeah from the family of Grade 1 winner Practical Joke. Grade 1 winner Fun to Dream, selling this November with Hillendale Agent.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Back just in time. 9th and final, Belmont at the Big A. This is America's Day at the Races, as always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years to the usual. Unusually well. Sarah, you have like 30 seconds. What do you think? Who do you like? Who wins the 9th?
I'm going with Beach Cruiser. Number 6, Christophe Clement, first-time starter. He just has good numbers in races like this for the New York breds with the 2-year-old starting out for the first time. Half to Silver Skillet. better on turf, did win a race on dirt, sloppy sealed racetrack, and he just does well with these types of circumstances. So the money on number 10, Ashburn Alley, significant, I believe.
At 5-2, Book of Wisdom. Don't leave her out of your exactas. A second
That's
in 3
sure.
straight. 9-5. We'll see if she can graduate today. 1 left to go. A couple left to load. Ashburn Alley, who you just touched on. Live on the tote board, 8-1 on the morning line. 5-2, second choice. We're all set. Johnny I standing by the nightcap. Belmont at the Big A.
Going for Glory and Miss Bourbon. Beach Cruiser goes in. Now the outside 2, number 11 going for Glory. Goes in nicely, and number 12, Miss Bourbon, will complete the field. And it's a field of 10, going 6 furlongs. They're all in. And they're off. There's My Kind of Mischief. Down at the rail is La Indecente. And a Tavern is up close. On the outside is Ashburn Alley up the back stretch. My Kind of Mischief leading by a neck. In between horses is a Tavern in second, with Ashburn Alley on the outside next in third. And then comes a Beach Cruiser, who's racing in fourth. Moving up in between horses now is Book of Wisdom into fifth. Miss Bourbon far outside in sixth. La Indecente drops back at the rail in seventh. Photo finishes next in eighth. Then farther back it is Going for Glory and Mysaria. The quarter 22 and 1. 3 of them across. My Kind of Mischief down at the rail. Tavern is in between horses. And on the outside is Ashburn Alley. As they come into the stretch, here's Ashburn Alley now to take the lead. Tavern is back running in second. Book of Wisdom is third and gaining ground. And then on the outside, it is Beach Cruiser. In the meantime, Ashburn Alley has built a 4-length lead. Now a 5-length lead. Book of Wisdom and Photo Finish making late runs, but no threat to this first time out winner, Ashburn Alley.
You said something about the money pouring in. Ashburn Alley, the first-time starter, 8-1 on the morning line at post time, 5-2, and performs accordingly.
She does. I mean, this is a horse that had some good workouts coming into this race for a barn that doesn't necessarily have the stats to indicate their first-time starters would be quite this live, but this is a they knew smart money type of situation for this horse, who really was able to put some separation on this field towards the end, sitting just off of a pretty lively pace.
She wins going away. Impressive, while making mistakes on her wrong or left lead throughout the length of the stretch. She was lugging in for a few strides.
And when you see that,
that's the point. Young horses that are still figuring things out, but still go out there and win that easily. Like, how much better is she going to be when she kind of figures things out and starts putting it all together in between her ears?
Well, that's what you want to see. You want to see some sort of step forward next time. This is a horse that was right at the wire, switching leads. You see it right there. She's able to then switch over. So you know that that ability is in there somewhere. And she got a good education out of this race. I mean, sitting up close, passing by horses, pulling away in the end, a wet racetrack. You want to see them take another step forward next time. They're just young children figuring things out.
How about the by Claiborne Stallion to Marshall Yeh photo finish, and Lane Luzzy completing the exacta at 43-1, a first-time starter.
A horse that I would have not had in my photos finish, but.
And Book of Wisdom, the favorite, settling for third. In Inquiry, 10-2, 8-7. Did you see anything during the live running of the race?
I did not.
Just listening to John Embrial saying it involves the first-time starter you referenced pre-race, Beach Cruiser, and the third-place finisher, the favorite, Book of Wisdom, in the stretch. We didn't see anything, but again, an inquiry here, 10-2, 8-7 for the time being, involves the 6th Beach Cruiser and the third-place finisher, defeated favorite, Book of Wisdom, who didn't run second again, ran third this time.
By a nose, behind photo finish.
We're watching the 6 here. In the green cap, white colors here. Looking at the 6 with a white blaze. Beach Cruiser, still haven't seen anything.
If anything, I would say a small move over, but I will say Beach Cruiser finishing 5th, I believe. not really involved in your superfecta, so we'll see.
Has nothing to do with the winner, Ashburn Alley. 5-2, but it didn't look like much Book of Wisdom. We'd probably have to see the head-on and how much Book of Wisdom may have
We will
come
have
out.
to see the head-on, and I believe that that's exactly what
Right
we're
on
going to see.
cue. What a team.
Incredible.
What a team. Green cap,
Ask
white
and you shall
blaze.
receive.
Number 6, Beach Cruiser in those Reeve Thoroughbred colors. How much does Book of Wisdom come out, Sarah?
We're about to see just a little bit.
It's not nothing.
I don't really know that it's something.
And it wasn't an objection. This is an inquiry.
Yeah.
In your
I
opinion,
never know
no
what
change?
they're going to do. No, but my opinion on what they will and won't do is often inaccurate.
Didn't look like much. 10-2-8-7. Ashburn Alley, though, yeah. Smart Money showed up, and she simply dominated.
She did.
Impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. She was just much the best in this field.
So no
What do you
change
think?
in your
What would
opinion.
you do?
I didn't think it was much.
I
didn't
didn't
think it was much. For Beach Cruiser, and again, here's another look. Green cap, white colors, white blaze. Book of Wisdom just to her. Inside, a brush. Almost feel like Beach Cruiser
A little overreactive.
kind of overreacts.
Yeah.
Is my
and I mean,
first inclination.
at the same time, these are young horses. These are 2-year-olds. Beach Cruiser herself, a first-time starter. Another horse is moving over. It's a wet track. There's kickback. We might see an overreaction because this is all new for her. So in that circumstance, I don't really think that it was enough to warrant anything changing, but you never know.
Sometimes you see a jockey kind of flop and try to sell it, like the filly tried to sell it. Beach Cruiser.
She was helping out here.
Hey, foul.
She's like, hey, I don't like that. I don't know what's going on.
Shies from the contact. Book of Wisdom.
Was there contact?
It's a brush and a reaction.
But did they actually
She
touch?
kind of spooked. Did she what?
Was there actually
Hard to
physical
tell.
contact? Yeah, I don't know.
Hard to tell.
Interesting.
10-2-8-7, awaiting a decision from the stewards. And while we await, it's already been announced, no turf racing. Tomorrow afternoon here, Belmont at the Begay. You'll see the entire coverage of the program right here on Fox Sports 2. We'll step aside, still awaiting the decision from the stewards. 10-2-8-7 in the 9th and final. As we mentioned, such an exciting day of racing, all kinds of racing. It started early this morning across the pond and Champions Day at Ascot. And what a scene with Frankie Dettori and a massive win in front of his adoring fans. Frankie Dettori just receiving an update, no change. Still unofficial, but the inquiry sign is down. Nobody was going to take down Frankie Dettori. I don't think he's retiring just yet. Big win in the Champions Day.
Early voting comes inside. He wins the Preakness by elect.
Disarm takes the Met win.
Antiva, they win the Bet Park, Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Raven Run Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Ring, one. Cyberknight has won the Haskell over Teva and Ghana in the Forgo.
Echo Zulu wins the Nature Queen's Control Abilities.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
I was flipping back and forth this morning, Sarah, between the Halloween Marathon and Champions Day at Ascot.
What did you decide?
That they made too many Halloween movies.
What's your favorite?
Not part 6. I'll come back to America's Day at the Races. It's always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. No change in the 9th and final, and this first-time starter blew their doors off. Ashburn Alley, as you can see there, wrong lead, doesn't matter. Finds another gear, trying to keep her straight, and she hammers this field and took all the money. Took all the money.
Got hammered in the wagering, and I mean, this was a horse that had some good workouts coming in. This is a horse that has some pedigree. Half to Mosienko, a popular horse on this circuit who's very consistent, and the money was right, as it often is.
Yeah, that's wagering. The handicappers locked in on this one. Photo finish completing that exacted 43-1. And I know you'd like to see perhaps Book of Wisdom a little more aggressively ridden early on. That maybe that'll make a difference, kind of shake things up a little bit.
Hey, I'm not a rider, but at the same time, this is a horse that in her past 3 races prior to this, she was breaking on top. She has the speed to get out of the gate quickly and was being taken off the pace and a little bit less aggressively handled, finishing second repeatedly, finishes third by a nose today. So if she has the speed, let her go. Find out.
Maybe she can get that maiden broken. Not a problem for Ashburn Alley in her debut this afternoon in the 9th and final here at Aqueduct, a day of racing that started many, many hours ago, and Champions Day at Ascot, the Champion Stakes. And what a scene this was with King of Steel, when the thinking was you wanted to be very close to the pace on that soft ground, the heavy ground. Frankie Dettori, King of Steel, who looked like he was spinning his wheels, and then he finds his best ride in Dettori in what could be his final ride in Britain at Ascot, a victory in the Champion Stakes.
And the crowd certainly reacting that way, and really this excitement for what they're planning on being his last day over there. Originally, we thought that we would not see any more Frankie Dettori riding after this year. Now he has announced that he will be setting up camp at Santa Anita, so he will be stateside and riding here, and we're very excited to have him in the Breeders' Cup Classic, now named to ride on Zandon for trainer Chad Brown. But if he's still riding, still continuing the legacy of his career, don't you think he'll hop a plane sometime?
I would think at some point, but you still have to treat it as if this might be the last time he rides there on that stage. Because what if he doesn't, and you just assume he's going to be back, and what if this was his last ride there, theoretically? So you treat it as such, and the crowd did. They were so loud. He is so adored, like that like Kobe, Madonna, just Frankie. It's like Frankie. That one name, like rock star status, that he's now, that's him. And that salute, and they erupted. This was an incredible scene to watch.
And of course, we see him thanking the crowd there. He knows what he's accomplished and how appreciative they all are, and he clearly appreciates them. And look at them all.
This is what it looked like when Zenyatta won the Breeders' Cup Classic at Santa Anita in front of her adoring fans.
That's what legacy looks like.
And the pageantry, the chanting, the singing, and for Frankie, he was so they were trying to, and Ollie Bell was trying to interview him post-race. It was so, he couldn't get the questions across. Frankie it was so loud when they went through the tunnel.
It's just incredible, and you can see the emotion starting to hit home of what he's been able to accomplish and what he's done, and really the reaction, and then he's hyping them up.
It was potentially one final flying dismount. I think back to when we were really introduced to him here stateside, when Lure was going for a three-peat in the Breeders' Cup Mile in 1994, and he rode Barathea in an upset win. There's the flying dismount. Back then we were calling him LaFranco Dettori. Now he's just Frankie, and taking in every moment, and the crowd loved it, and just so much fun. It felt like an international football game, that energy in the crowd. So into it, and watching Frankie Dettori, and what an accomplishment. We'll see if he rides in Britain. We'll see. We don't know. But if he was going to go out, and if that was his last ride in the UK, like, what a way to go out.
Hey, precisely. I mean, just having that way to go, whether you know it's your last or you don't know, he at least appreciated the moment, and so did everyone else.
Frankie Dettori today. That was the Champion Stakes. Richie Miglioria is with us in that famed flying dismount. Not like that flying dismount, though, started with Frankie Dettori, though, correct?
No, I wanted to set the record straight there, guys. And also I wanted to interact with the two of you, which I haven't had the opportunity to yet today directly. Avelino Gomez started doing that up in Canada first. And then a really great rider named Angel Cordero took up the mantle from him. And then Frankie Dettori took it up from Angel. So he's kind of the third guy in the chain of command, if you will. And I'm not surprised Frankie's going to continue riding. I never thought he was going to stop to begin with, Lafitte.
As much as he clearly adores it, Richie, we've seen that type of a response for certain thoroughbreds. When American Pharoah won the Triple Crown, when Zenyatta won a Breeders' Cup Classic, and fans that gravitate towards horses. But it's rare with a jockey. I don't know that anything comes to mind in terms of comparing a crowd that size reacting to the jockey specifically after a signature or a monumental win.
Yeah, I think it is a bit unique. And, you know, interestingly enough, riders usually stick around a lot longer than the horses do, and you think that, you know, the fan base would be built around that. But I think Frankie Dettori's, obviously his ability, first of all, and a great rider, but his charisma, his enthusiasm, his showmanship, he has won people over all over the world, and he's had the spotlight on the international stage for an extended period of time. So now he'll go on his American farewell tour.
Another farewell tour. Yeah, we'll see him in California this winter, and we'll see what the future holds moving forward. Frankie Dettori, what a moment today at Ascot in the Champion Stakes. And that's been kind of a theme, Acacia, this afternoon, much like the post-race celebration, the jubilation, the emotion following the Grand National just moments ago at the Far Hills race meeting.
It definitely is, Lafitte, and we love getting a little chance to hear some history from Richie. And Joe, I understand you have an even bigger flying dismount story.
Just because it's the end of the day, right? We can just go back on crazy tangents. Clayton Chipperfield, Australian steeplechase jockey, used to do a backflip off the horse when he won. He won a race at Keeneland, and he actually did the backflip off the horse in the winner's circle. So I wouldn't try that, but
that's
you
pretty
know,
impressive.
yeah.
That's like Cirque du Soleil level.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
That's intense.
You got to trust. No, and you have to trust your horse. Don't, you know,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Should note, just as we mentioned before the last race, minutes to post on our feed, about 10 minutes off. So we're 5 minutes to post for the 7th and final race here at Far Hills. 2-mile flat race in the John Forbes Memorial. Been a great day of racing so far. It's a fun way to wrap it up. Liza, we heard from Harry Beswick, who won the Grand National. He's aboard that horse, McLovin, who looks like he wants to jump. I think he just jumped that little strip of dirt there. And so often we see this when a jockey wins the big race. They're high on that momentum, that excitement. They come right back and win the nightcap as well.
Definitely, and he's a horse that I liked anyway without Harry winning the Grade 1 and having that momentum. And so I think he could be a one that could give Harry that double. The only question mark is the ground. If he'll take to that ground, and there he is.
This is not a jump race, by the way. He's going on a flat race, but maybe he has a future.
He's watched everyone earlier today and thinks that he's ready to, just wanted to get his schooling in before his race.
So if they do decide that he could potentially be successful going over hurdles, there was his tryout, there was his audition. But yeah, definitely stamina we know he should handle, having won at Kentucky Downs going 1 mile and 5/16. This is a horse that it's funny. I remember actually talking to Rudy Brisset about him in the past, and he said this is a horse that just doesn't really settle, which we've seen on track.
Yeah, he just jumped over the road again, and they actually have to run over that road a couple of times in the race. So you hope he handles it. The good news is Harry's ridden enough jump races, so he should be able to sit it pretty tight. But he has jumped over the road both times now warming up, so we'll see how he does in the race.
Well, Richie, it's a good thing Harry Beswick should be able to sit any jumps that McLovin might throw at him.
Yeah, it made it a little bit easier. I don't have to go over obstacles, if you will. 2 miles here. 2 horses that stood out to me physically, starting with the 3, Cibolian, Arch Kingsley, putting his daughter Taylor Kingsley up for the ride. Taylor, in her young career, she's, I believe, 17 or 18 years old now. I've known her since she was a little girl in Pony Club. Has ridden 24 races and won 12 of them. 50%. I mean, that's incredible. And here she gets an opportunity to ride one for her dad. The horse that I would pick off of just purely looks is the 8, McLovin. I love the way he galloped off with Harry Beswick, your Grand National winning rider. He was relaxed, but all horse underneath him. And to go 2 miles, you don't want a horse to pull too much. He just checked all the boxes. And it's good to see Rudolph Brissett send a horse here. I'd like to see more flat trainers participate and send horses here. It's a great event, and you have an opportunity to run a horse 2 miles on a beautiful turf course, even if it was on the soft side today.
A homebred for Team Valor, McLovin will try to pick up the 4th win of his career here, and he's been on his toes out there on the track. Like I said, distance we know should be no problem for him. In fact, most of the horses in this field have shown some stamina in their races so far, and 2 miles, not necessarily the most common race that you think of the Belmont Gold Cup or some of the big races like that, but not necessarily the most common trip that you'll see for flat racing.
Yeah, and like Richie touched on, you want to see some crossover. I think it's a good thing. It's a $100,000 purse. It's 2 miles on a nice, really nice turf course. There was a little more flat trainer participation last year, but the turf was firmer. I would think some guys got a little scared off as much rain as we've had and went other directions. But it is nice to see this horse come in for Team Valor. Yeah, if he handles the turf, he's got the flat form, the recent flat form. Riptide Rock has got some flat form. He was second in the Queen's Plate, which, yeah, the Queen's Plate, and here he shows up at Far Hills. Far Hills has kind of always had a flat race. It used to have a $1,000 purse and was ridden by amateurs. I rode in it a long time ago.
Really?
Yeah, not as well as these guys, but I wouldn't have gotten anywhere near a ride at a $100,000 purse. But it's kind of a tradition. It's cool that it's brought back. It's run in memory of John Forbes, New Jersey training legend, and it's a great crossover race.
Liza, we see Agitaire in here. He actually won this race last year.
Yes, he did, and he's one who is trained by trainer Kerry Bryan. I don't know if he's quite good enough for this field, though. I don't think it was as good of a field last year. But one that I do like at a price underneath is the one Who's Counting at 12-1. He's a solid horse. He's coming in off of a wind. We know that he can get the distance, and I think he'll be okay on the ground as well.
Yeah, he's a cool horse. Sean McDermott trains and rides. He's won 6 races in his life, 3 over jumps, 3 on the flat, which is about as much as you could ask a horse to do. You know what I mean? That's it. He could stop now. He's only 5, but what a career. And Sean McDermott loves him. He talks about him all the time whenever you get a chance. And neat horse. Again, he's got to probably step up to compete with McLovin, but nice price at 12-1.
Very cool story. And like you said, so versatile, this horse, and what he's been able to do so far. Getting ready for the 7th, the nightcap, John Forbes Memorial. Here's Larry Colmus.
This year's winner, Agitaire, has a good start. So too, Clubbing on the outside. So it's going to be these two, Clubbing to set the pace. Agitaire, like last year, very rank in the early stages here. McLovin has gone up on the outside. After that comes, in 4th position, Scano, who's racing just in behind the leaders, making their way into that turn. So it will be Clubbing to lead the way early on. Clubbing on top by a length and a half here. Riptide Rock up running in 2nd position now. McLovin is 3rd to the outside, and Agitaire follows in 4th on the rail, and 4 lengths from the front as they enter the backstretch. Then comes Scano to the outside. King Tsunami is in behind them. Then Cibolian, and Who's Counting is last of the 8. So up the backstretch they go, and it is Clubbing in front. The leader by a neck over. Riptide Rock running in 2nd. McLovin is just behind the leaders. 3rd position up the backstretch. King Tsunami is 4th as they make their way for the turn, racing about 4 lengths off the lead at this stage. Then Agitaire, who's covered up on the inside. Scano is next by 2, then Cibolian, and Who's Counting is last of a tight group. There's 7 lengths from top to bottom. So into the turn they go, Clubbing the leader, on top by just a half a length here, with Riptide Rock and McLovin pressing on the outside. McLovin's making an early bid now, and it is McLovin who is taking the lead as they come into the stretch with over a lap to go. Then comes Clubbing on the inside. McLovin and Clubbing, 1-2 here, side by side, stride for stride, and Riptop Rock and Agitaire are right in behind. Then Scano to the outside. In behind them is King Tsunami, who's got 6 lengths to make up. They've got one more lap to go here. Cibolian is after that, and who's counting is the trailer. McLovin and Harry Beswick leading the way. Grand National winning jockey on top here in the John Forbes Memorial. They lead the way by 2 lengths. Over Clubbing running in second. Riptide Rock is third to the outside. In behind them, King Tsunami. Scano to the outside is after that. Agitaire is down toward the rail, saving every inch of ground with 5 lengths to make up. Cibolian is second to last, leading only Who's Counting, who has trailed throughout. So McLovin is the one to catch here and nearing the backstretch in front for the final time. And here comes a fresh challenge from Riptide Rock on the outside. They're a neck apart up the backstretch. McLovin now 3/4 of a length over Riptide Rock. Scano takes third. Clubbing coming under pressure, losing ground in fourth. Agitaire is also under a ride with work to do. Then Cibolian to the outside. It is McLovin and Riptide Rock. 1-2 as they race for the far turn. McLovin the leader by a length. Riptide Rock is second, 3 clear of Scano in third. Then comes Cibolian, and Who's Counting is past a few and is now within 6.5 lengths of the lead. So around the turn for the final time. McLovin on top by a full length here over Riptide Rock in second. It's a big gap back to the rest. Scano is third, and they're into the stretch, and it is McLovin to catch. McLovin the leader here by 2. And then Riptide Rock on the outside in second as McLovin comes up the hill in front. Riptide Rock, and now Who's Counting is gained ground up into second now with McLovin to catch. A 1/16 of a mile remains. McLovin, Who's Counting, trying to close the gap, but it will be McLovin in the John Forbes Memorial under Harry Beswick. Who's Counting was second, Riptide Rock was third, and Scano was fourth.
McLovin able to hold on for the win over Who's Counting. Nice call, Liza, with the exacta there, even though, and we saw him do it a couple times throughout the running of the race, McLovin still wanted to throw in a few jumps in there.
Yeah, here he comes. This is the road crossing at the top of the stretch, and he did a little half a jump there, but he was the best flat horse coming in. He figured to, the only question to me was the going and the trip, and then he just wasn't very settled. He was obviously, Harry had a lot of horse the whole way, and he looked like he had a good time.
Yeah, Rudy, if you're watching, he's ready for jumps next.
Exactly, yeah. He's about ready to go.
Doesn't need any schooling.
Nope.
That was his audition. If in the future he could potentially be going over the jumps, but McLovin, Harry Beswick winning the late double, the Grand National, right into the John Forbes Memorial. There he is going over the road. Like we said, good thing his rider is strong and certainly able to sit any kind of jump.
Yeah, and it's not really a road. It is dirt, and they smooth it out between races and everything like that. But you could tell he was like, wait, I haven't done this before. And he handled everything. It is strange. It's different. Yes. No starting gate. A lot different stuff today. And he's been in the barn all day. Horses are coming and going. So fair play to him. He turned in a good performance.
At 4-5 over Who's Counting at 9-1. He put in a good effort, Liza, to be second.
A great effort with Sean McDermott, trainer and jockey. He was a little concerned he wasn't going to be able to make the weight, but he got it off and made the weight.
8-1-4-7 in the nightcap, last race of the day in the John Forbes Memorial. McLovin, he had a good time out there winning the last race of the day. As we see, it looks like some children going a little crazy with the hay out there. Things are getting wild at Far Hills. We'll wrap things up. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Perfect day. There is no finer place in all of sports beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. I hope that guy that was being pelted by bales of hay is doing okay out there amongst all the tailgaters, but you can see everybody was just having such a great time. I know we all had a wonderful day experiencing it all and all of the great racing as well.
Yeah, great day of racing. I mean, a proper sport. You know, ground probably cost some American horses their best performances, but really good racing all around. And go out on a cool note like that with a horse for Team Valor winning at Steeplechase Meet.
McLovin with the win, jumping over some of those dirt paths throughout the running of the race, but a big day for jockey Harry Beswick, who wins aboard McLovin, but also, of course, picks up the Grand National and an emotional victory aboard Noah in the Ark.
And it's been a great year for him. He's leading steeplechase jockey this year, so I think he's 4 ahead now, Joe.
Yeah. It was 2 coming in, so yeah, he should be 4 ahead now because Graham Waters didn't win any. So yeah, 4 ahead in the championship race. We got about a month to go in the season.
Oh, pretty exciting stuff. Great to see the emotion from him and such a special victory with Noah and the Ark, and a fun way to wrap up the day with McLovin victorious in the John Forbes Memorial. Guys, it was such a pleasure getting a chance to share the set with you. We had a little wind threatening to blow over the set about halfway through, but we made it out on the other side.
We survived, right? We did it. Rain, wind, sun, and now we're getting clouds and evenings coming. So thanks for having us. No, it was fun. It was great.
We experienced all of the different temperatures in one day. Great job, as always, Liza and Joe, and Richard Migliori out there as well. Lafitte, it's been a lot of fun over here at Far Hills. Happy to have the privilege to cover it once again.
Great job all afternoon, guys. And what I love about that event is not just the racing for our viewers. For us sitting here, you watch that and the pageantry and the party, and you say to yourself, like, I want to experience that. Like, I want to go there.
Exactly. And the appeal is also that it's just once a year that you are able to go and enjoy those festivities. So it's great that we get to bring that coverage to everybody, and also that they get to have the experience of being there. And hopefully next year somebody says, I want to go. I want to be there too.
Still want to hear if the horse wound up in the pub. Irish Connections, they were there last year, right? And we got a chance to see the 23-year-old organ donor from Hawaii in McLovin take down the 7th and final. She still hasn't seen Superbad. Still has not seen Superbad.
In the 2 minutes since we've been up here? Let me
since
pull it
I
up right
first
now.
asked you. Tomorrow afternoon, no turf racing, and the Carl Place on the main track. So we'll see about changes and defections. We have 3 horses entered main track only, one of them being Super Chow. His last win, this was the Hutchinson, last March at Gulfstream. Sarah Super Chow, who was 1-5 and performs accordingly.
Yeah, he delivered on this day. This is a horse that obviously has those races that would make him very tough in here. Now with this race, we know that it will not be run on the turf, and it's always good to know the night before so you can handicap accordingly. He's a good horse. I mean, he just has the experience. He's been in graded stakes company. He's won some listed stakes, and we'll see what we get from him. He's working well coming into this race.
Have you had a chance to go at all deeper into that race? And I know we just learned in the last hour or so that it's going to be off the turf.
I wish they would keep Acoustic Avenue on the dirt. He's been entered for races that have come off the turf. They seem to want him on the turf. We'll see. I'd be interested in him on the dirt.
Keep that name in mind for tomorrow. and the featured event. We'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the races. What an afternoon of racing. And Noah and the Ark in that celebration. Harrison Beswick fired up following the victory in the Grade 1 Grand National. Sensational afternoon of steeplechase racing in front of 30,000 strong at Far Hills Race Meeting. Stellar day of racing. We'll see you tomorrow.